My name is Councillor Davies, and before we come to the agenda, I would ask our officers to introduce themselves from my left, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Andrew Shirakowski, Consultant Planner for North Devon Council.
Good morning, my name is Tracy Blackmore, I'm the Planning Manager at North Devon Council.
I'm Beverly Triggs, Clerk to the meeting from North Devon Council.
Morning, I'm Hannah Pettifer, Legal Officer today.
Good morning, Jenny Meekins, Lead Planning Officer for Major Development.
And Ken Miles, Council's Chief Executive.
Thank you very much. Shall we move to the agenda, item 1? Do we have any apologies for absence, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Received apologies from Councillor Denton, and Councillor Wilson is substituted for Councillor Ricky Knight, Chair.
Thank you. Item 2, to approve as a correct record the minutes of the meetings held on the 5th, 12th and 9th of March 2025, pages 9 to 26. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Walker. All in favour, please? Please. Abstentions? 2 abstentions. And against? So that's carried. Thank you. Item 3, items brought forward which in the opinion of the Chair should be considered by the meeting as a matter of urgency. I have none today. Item 4 is declarations of interest. Do we have any declarations of interest, Councillor?
Yes, we do, Chair. Councillor Spear has declared an other registrable interest in plan application 77576, Chair.
Thank you. Item 5, to agree the agenda between Part A and Part B, confidential restricted information. We have no Part B scheduled, so we'll move straight into Part A, which is item 6, application 77576, White Cross Offshore Wind Farm, onshore project, pages 27 to 392. So I will read the application as in our agenda. So full planning permission for the construction and installation of onshore electrical infrastructure required to export electricity from the White Cross Offshore Wind Farm to the national distribution network, including installation of 132 kV underground electricity transmission cables from landfall at Saunton Sands Car Park to a new substation at East Yelland. Construction of temporary facilities required during construction to include all road, vehicular access, compounds, associated work areas, and a permanent substation access road. Construction of a new substation under the Rochdale envelope approach. Additional information regarding architectural form and silhouette, design code, scale and layout, landscaping, lighting and appearance and materials. That rolls off the tongue. I will pass over to Andrew Shirakowski, who is going to make the presentation and is the case officer for this application. So over to you, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just check? Can everyone hear me okay? I'm quite softly spoken. Can everyone at the back hear okay? Yep. Okay, good. If you can't hear, just shout and I'll try and raise my voice a bit. I don't know how much the microphone is going to lift the voice. And thank you for reading out the title so we haven't to do it. Before we start, some updates, and I'm sorry to those who are here to listen, I think this is a slightly boring procedural bit, but there are a number of updates to the report, which I'll just run through these. So the first of these, as it says on the slide, there's a number of minor corrections to the report, and I'll just run through these with you. So firstly on page 37, which has which is where the consultation responses are. Just a point that's been identified by Broughton Parish Council. The table that you'll see there refers to 2 substantive consultation responses from Broughton Parish Council. They have written in to say they did make 3 representations, which is entirely correct. So there are 3, and they are set out in full in the appendix at the back of the report. So I just wanted to clarify that point for you, so it's clear that there have actually been 3 representations from Broughton Parish Council. Second point is on page 53. 3, which is a response from Natural England. Sorry, for those members of the committee sitting here, you'll see this in your note. It was just simply to make clear that Natural England in their comment there, I think the word not had been missed out before sufficient, so it appeared to say there was sufficient information where in the particular context of that comment made at that time, but they were saying there wasn't, so it's just to clarify that point. Thirdly, on page 63, again in consultation responses, you'll see the box that actually has the environmental health consultants' comments in was left blank. They did in fact make comments and they are set out in the formal appendix B, so apologies for that omission. Is it too quiet?
Yeah, please.
That's all right. Does that help you a bit? Yeah? Okay, right. And then also on page 63, the estuary manager, it should say there, it's blank, you'll see it's blank and it should simply say they didn't make any comments. So those are the corrections. Secondly, just to go back to the slide, there is now a response from Natural England to the habitats regulation assessment, and they have confirmed that they have no objection and that they concur with the Council's conclusions in terms of the report that's been undertaken by the Council's own ecology consultant, so it's just final confirmation that that is the case. There's then a number of amendments to the list of conditions set out in Appendix A. That's not me doing it. And I'm sorry, this will be a bit of a boring bit, it's just for the benefit of the members of the committee. I'll just talk you through, if you can look at the sheet that's been given to you. I'll just run through these. So firstly, on condition 3, there are amendments to the documents referred to at the end of the condition. There's nothing substantive in this, it's just to clarify which documents are being referred to in this condition as the approved documents. You'll see, and you'll appreciate it from reading the report, that because this application has been submitted under the Rochdale envelope principle, which I'll come on to and talk about shortly, there are a number of outlined strategy documents which is intended to submit revised and updated versions of as part of the follow-up to the conditions that are set in the permission. So this amendment to condition 3 is just providing clarification on some of those additional documents, and there are further cross-references in some of the conditions. So the condition in itself it's just being clear about which document is being referred to. The amendments have happened because the discussions with the applicant really have continued right up to the last few days, and we were just going through and revising it. So essentially the change to condition 3 is an administrative thing. And secondly, you've got condition 10, which is the construction work schedule. It's essentially the overall statement of the working hours, which makes clear that construction will be permitted Mondays to Saturdays, with no working on Sundays or bank holidays. We've just added that the proviso there, except in an emergency, which is a fairly standard kind of thing to put on conditions, because it's quite, it doesn't prevent the developer in this case from going on site in the event that there is an emergency, and those words are provided in there. And there was, I think, on condition 11, it was just an additional bit of text there which should have been there, which has just been deleted. And then there's further amendments just to clarify what the meaning of the condition. The condition 11 relates to the working hours on the onshore cable corridor construction, and it should correctly say it should relate to the hours of darkness, so you'll see that amendment at the bottom of page 3, as it was including that reference rather than the interview. So it's just to provide clarity to the condition. And over the page, it's just an amendment to be clear about details being submitted to and approved in writing by the planning authority. I've had a member who's picked up on, there's a couple of other conditions that we need to amend, but that's pretty clear. It's not confusing. Then there are a very minor amendment to the condition 14 again, it's not a substantive change. Then on page 5 on your update sheet, which is a continuation of condition 14. This ties in with the amendment to condition 3, where it's just, again, making sure they cross-reference with each other in terms of the updated risk assessment that needs to be undertaken. So you'll see at the bottom of page 5 at T, and then running over the page to U and B. It's just making sure the conditions line up together, because we realised we missed a couple of 2 or 3 of the reports which should be included in there. Then there are just minor amendments to the wording of condition 17 on unexpected contamination. Again, no substantive change to the meaning of the condition. Similarly on condition 22, there was an error in the PPF paragraph number. Likewise on condition 28, that again was just tying up condition 28 with condition 23. Condition 29, and this one I will bring to your attention, there's a minor amendment here to, this is quite a key condition, this is about the depth of the cable at the landfall, and the way that this will work, and again this is application of the watch layer envelope, is there will be a further cable burial risk assessment undertaken, which will confirm the final depth. The condition is written, and the cable should be buried at a depth of 3 metres, but we've had confirmation from Natural England that it's possible it could be buried at less than that depth. Once the updated cable burial risk assessment is undertaken, it wouldn't be agreed unless that's shown to be the case. The condition doesn't actually mean anything different from the way it was originally written. It's just to provide further clarification. But I will draw that to your attention, because you'll appreciate from the report it has been one of the key issues as to how deep that cable is actually buried. The bottom line is there must be an updated cable burial risk assessment that will need to be submitted and approved, and if it's not, they can't proceed with the works at the landfill. So that's page 7, page 8. Oh yes, one other, what on the face of it appears to be a key change. You'll see on page 7, it says condition 30 at 3 to 48 relating to biodiversity net gain to be deleted. But the reason for that is it's not that we're going to lose them, it's that because we're going to be addressing biodiversity net gain through the section 106 agreement, is to avoid duplication. They don't need to be included as conditions. So what we'll do is we'll take out conditions from the list of conditions, and they will instead be inserted in the section 106 agreement. So although they're being deleted from the list of conditions, we're not losing them. It's just simply that if you decide to approve the application, they'll be included in the section 106 agreement instead. And then finally at the bottom there, you'll see there are amended heads of terms for the section 106 agreement. The section 106 agreement hasn't yet been concluded, and there's still some ongoing negotiation about the detail, and what I put in there is simply an updated version of what's in the report in terms the current, I suppose, the latest statement of what the heads of terms are. They are essentially the same as the original, just slightly reworded. The one thing that you'll see there that's missing was that it was intended that there would be a financial contribution to the North Devon biosphere, which was intended to be linked to the overwintering bird mitigation, which is set out in your report. But because that's now not been proposed, because it related to the drilling under the tor over the winter period, and the application has been changed so that will now happen through the summer months. There's no requirement for that mitigation. So hence that payment has been deleted at the moment from the heads of terms of the Section 106 agreement. I understand there may still be scope to make that contribution, but it's one of those things that will secure through the biodiversity net gain plan if that's brought forward as a proposal. And I think that's the end of the detail points. I'm sorry if that's a bit laborious. I'm afraid it reflects the fact that the discussion about the conditions remains one of those issues that's been ongoing right up to the last moment. There have been one or two more late representations. We've had one in particular which raises the issue about the application of the Rochdale envelope, so it's just to make you aware of that. And I'll take you through the Rochdale envelope in just a moment. And then finally, we've also had a petition submitted, which check my notes, has been submitted by Save Our Sands, and it doesn't raise any additional issues that weren't previously raised in the representations, but it has got 3,837 signatures on it. I think we've got someone from Save Our Sands here today. Yep. Right. Okay. So that's the updates. I'll carry on unless there's any questions on the back of that.
No, that's fine. If you would like to carry on, that'd be great.
Okay. Right. So sorry about that rather tedious bit. But we'll go on to the substantive presentation now. So firstly, I thought I'll just talk very briefly about the Rochdale envelope, because I think it's one of these things that not everyone will have come across. The Rochdale envelope is it's a principle that came out of planning case law in around about 2000, and what it's essentially about is that there are from time to time types of planning application of which energy infrastructure is one of the most common, where the detailed design of what is proposed isn't known at the precise point in time when the application is being submitted, and things may change a little bit. So what the law has established is that it's possible to put in an application because particularly for major projects you've got to undertake environmental impact assessment. It raises the question of what is it that's appropriate that you assess as part of that environmental impact assessment. And to put it in very, very simple terms, what it actually means is that for the project for which the application is being submitted, but those precise dimensions, features of the development that are not yet defined, there's some flexibility sought. So what you do is you define minimum and maximum parameters. So it might be minimum and maximum depths, heights, widths. In this case, it could apply to the width of the cable corridor. It could apply to the buildings the building there's only one building being built in this case. And then what you do for the purpose of the environmental impact assessment is you then look at what's the worst case scenario for that set of parameters. And on that basis, even if the parameters are actually at the lower end of the scale, so something like a depth of extraction, a depth of excavation is less than was anticipated, or more if it needs to be more, then you've assumed the worst case that's covered in that worst case scenario. So the law has decided it's an appropriate way for applications to be submitted where the final design details aren't entirely known. It's different from outline planning permission where the principle is just about the principle of a development. In this particular case, it's actually saying, yes, you can grant a full planning permission, but it makes allowance for those parameters. So you'll see what I've done in the report is that I've listed all the way through the tables that are actually included in the application for the different parts of the development, which sets out those design parameters. So in the report, I don't know if you'll be able to see it in your report, the tables are actually in blue, you've got it in black and white. It'll be the grey tables in your report of the tables that set out those design parameters. So as I say, they'll indicate maximum width, maximum depth. So that's the basic principle behind the Rochdale envelope, and that's the basis upon which the environmental assessment has been undertaken in this case. I tend to say, Chairman, any questions on that? But we might come on and have separate questions.
We have a moment. Yeah, we'll do your presentation. We'll go through your presentation. Then there'll be registered speakers. Then there'll be an opportunity to respond, and then we'll go into questions.
I'm aware of the procedure. I just thought because there's so much complexity in this one, just in case there's any incidental questions. But I'll carry on. Right, so I hope that clarifies the Rochdale envelope, both for Council and for the audience who may not have come across the principle before. It does have this rather unusual name, which actually comes from the original piece of case law that established the principle in the first place back in about 2000. Right, so now what we have in front of us is a location plan. Essentially, this is your red line boundary plan for members of the planning committee. And you can appreciate this is a somewhat unusual application because it's rather different from most of the applications that you get in front of you where there's a plot of land, whether it's a rectangle or whatever it is, and it's a fairly precise location. But in this particular case, instead of having a development in a particular spot, we've obviously got something here that extends over a number of miles or kilometres if you prefer it in metric. Just to summarise what's involved in this application. application. So what this application is for is it's for the cables that will link to the White Cross offshore wind farm, if that is consented in this particular case, as I've set out in the report by the MMO under the marine licence application that has been submitted to the MMO concurrently. And that the cables from that would come in from offshore, and the proposal is that they would land, the landfall would be in the area you can see at the top of this plan, that triangular area, where it says sheet 19, if you can see it on the plan that's on the screen in front of you. At this point in time, there may be one cable, or there may be two, so it may be either two 66 kilovolt or one single 132 kilovolt cable, which would come ashore there. And it would run down the length of that main corridor that you can see within the red line area there, from Saunton Sands to a new substation, which will be built alongside the existing substation at Yelland, which is what you see at the bottom of that plan. So, it's the cable route itself, and then there will be a substation in it's on sheet 2 there, if you can see it on that plan, which is the slightly truncated rectangle at the bottom of the red line area. There'll be what's called a transition joint bay, which is the point. This will be located within Saunton Sands car park, which is the point at which the offshore cable will be connected to the onshore cable, so there's a specific joint bay for that connection. And then the way that the whole cable route will be constructed is it will be constructed in a series of sections of between about 600 metres to a kilometre in length. And it will be, in essence, for each section, there will be a further joint bay. And it's to enable the construction in a series of sections. And there'll also be what are referred to in the application as link boxes, which are essentially earthing points. And there'll be one of those associated with each joint bay. So essentially what you've got is this cable with a series of boxes connected together, forming the entire route in a series of sections. For the purposes of the construction, there will be a haul road, essentially, which will run alongside the line of the cable route. So that route you can see all the way down that plan. Essentially, there'll be a haul road that runs alongside it, except for along those sections where it's going to be constructed by a horizontal directional drilling or a trenchless technique, because the whole purpose of that is that it's where we don't want disturbance in the more sensitive parts of the site, and that in particular is a feature of the section at the very top of the plan there, where it comes through from Saunton Sands car park to the golf club, and then the other main section is where the crossing of the Tor estuary is, where clearly you're going to be drilling there, and obviously you wouldn't have a haul road there. You don't want a haul road put through those sections, because the whole point of using that method of construction is to avoid disturbance to the sensitivity of those two locations. So it's essentially there is a haul road which covers the route of the cable for the duration of the construction period. You will have for the section to the south of the Tor estuary. There is an existing access there that goes down to Yelland Quay, which will be used as the main point of access, and that will be retained. I mean, it's there, and it will continue to be retained as the permanent access to the substation, which is the one substantive piece of above-ground development that will be left once construction is completed. There'll be a grid connection from the new substation to the existing East Yelland substation. For those of you on the site visit, you'll see the site is they're almost next door to each other, but nevertheless there's a small link between the two substations, and again that will be by an underground cable. And then there's, for the purposes of the construction phase, there's a series of access points essentially into the haul road, and I'll show you a plan just to explain how those are going to work. So that's the development, and that's the plan. You'll see on that plan there's one or two other sort of slightly thinner sections which come off the main cable route. They're essentially access points to the main construction route, albeit that there's one principal access point which is up towards the top of the plan on the Saunton the Bolton to Saunton Sands Road, where the main construction compound will be, and I'll show you that in more detail shortly. So So just to put that in context, this is essentially the same red line boundary. It's imposed on an aerial photograph here. So you can see how essentially the cable runs down the back of the Braunton Burrows and Braunton Marsh. And the route has been chosen to try and avoid, as far as possible, the designated areas, and I'll show you a further plan just where they lie. But they essentially extend over most of that, or the whole of that area, between the red line boundary and the sea. And there are a number of designations which I'll come on to in a moment. The whole rationale of this route is to try and minimise the impact of those designated areas. The next few slides are really just talking about the wind farm, and also just to give you an idea of what's been done in terms of assessing the alternatives for bringing the cable ashore. This is more for context, because you need to bear in mind here, we're not here to consider the application for the wind farm today. That doesn't form part of this application. That's part of the licence application that's been submitted to the MMO. But I'm just going to include a few slides here for context, so you can understand quite how the current route has come about. Because one of the issues that's, as I've set out in the report, that's been raised by consultees is, you know, is this the best route? Isn't there a better alternative? So it raises that whole issue of alternatives. So just to put this in context, what this plan shows is the location of the offshore wind farm out beyond Lundy. So it's around about 50 kilometres west of Saunton Sands. And what that black line shows is essentially the corridor within which, when Whitecross started looking at their options for how they would route the cable both to shore and how the cable would be routed once they got to shore, that was the corridor that they were looking within. Essentially, when you're looking at projects like this, if you're a developer, in terms of the onshore provision, you've got two key things. One is obviously the location of the wind farm at one end, and at the other end, there's the point of connection and where you're going to connect into the grid. So you then have to look at how effectively you're going to make that connection. And there's a fairly extensive site selection process, which I've outlined in the report for you. So which gives you an idea of how Whitecross have approached identifying the route that they have. That slide essentially, I'd say, is there to give you context just for the location of the wind farm. And you can see it's quite some distance out to the west beyond Lundy. And that's the corridor that they're looking at for the cable route. I won't go into the details of the selection of the route through that area, because it's not a matter for this application. What this slide shows now is just a diagrammatic illustration of what the infrastructure is across the whole project, not just the application in front of you today, but the offshore element too. So you'll see on the left-hand side here, we've got the floating offshore wind turbines. There would be between 5 and 8 of them, and the idea is that there's a wind farm of up to 100 megawatts. Then they will be connected together, and there may then be an offshore substation, and there would then be an export cable from the offshore substation, which would then come into the shore. And we now know, obviously through the current application, that will be with landfall at Saunton Sands. The council's jurisdiction as planning authority, as I've set out in the report, extends down to the what's called the mean low water springs, which is the average point of the low tide. Interestingly, there's actually a little bit of overlap, as I've set out in the report, between the jurisdiction that the council has as planning authority and the jurisdiction that the MMO has as the licensing authority of the offshore element, because their jurisdiction ends at the mean high water springs. So there's this tiny little bit, essentially on the beach at Saunton Sands, and also at the Tall Crossing, where both the MMO and the council are a regulator. And it's one of the reasons why we've had to have a lot of discussion with the MMO, just in terms of how they're approaching the determination of the licence application. It doesn't in reality create too many complications, but clearly we do need to liaise with them to ensure that we don't impose different requirements that may cause problems for imposing restrictions that then whether it's the MMO causing a problem for us as the planning authority or us imposing conditions that cause problems for the MMO as licensing authority. We've not had anything significant in that respect, but just be aware of that situation. So to come back to the diagram, you get the landfall. We've then got the cable route, which on this diagram is actually in reality just the point from where it's in Mila Water Springs to the right of the landfall, and then through to the White Cross offshore substation. And of course you can see the cable there would go back down below the Mila Water Springs as it crosses the Tor estuary, and then rises again on the south side of the estuary to the onshore substation. And you can see along the bottom of that diagram, it explains the different consenting processes. So you can see the green there is the council bit, the Town and Country Planning Act application, and the rest of it is the marine licence and what's called the Section 36 application, which goes to the Secretary of State, administered by the MMO. To give you an idea of, I put this slide in. It basically shows the overall, the black line that's on this plan. If you think back to the plan I showed you 2 slides back, that show the offshore area of search for the offshore cable. This is essentially an enlarged version of the landward end of that plan. So what it shows you is the area of search that White Cross had within which to look for a landfall point, they essentially, as I've set out in the report, divided the area up into 3 zones as you've got marked on that plan. So there's a south zone, mid zone, and a north zone. And as I've set this out in a bit of detail in the report for you. But essentially, they looked at all the different the 3 options in terms of the constraints, particularly the environmental constraints. In terms of which of those locations was the best or the least worst, in terms of where they brought the cable ashore, as I've set out in the report. I'll stop there for a moment. Are we okay? Yep. Okay. So they essentially had two options for their grid connection. One of which was ECL, and the other is the I can never say this right. Yes, substation in Torridge, and the other option involved a much longer cable route and more constraints, which is essentially why they ended up where they did. But they nevertheless did consider that. But I won't go into detail here in the presentation because it's set out in the report for you, but essentially the area they identified here was the mid-zone on this plan, which brings us into the broad area where the cable route now comes ashore to the north of the Tor estuary. And then this is zooming in further. So that's the first stage. It was identifying which of those 3 zones was the appropriate place to bring the cable ashore. And then, having established that it was the mid-zone area that they were concerned with, they then looked in detail at the options of how they then route the cable within that mid-zone to the substation site at East Yelland. And there were, I think it was something like 22 different routes they looked at, which you can see on here. I don't know if you can actually see the numbers on the screen, but essentially they narrowed it down to 2, which are the numbers 13 and 14. And of those, they ended up selecting the route that they put forward through the application. Again, looking at quite a number of different issues, and particularly the environmental constraints. And the environmental constraints are very significant, almost along the entirety of the coast, because it's part of the world where, as you know, it's got an awful lot of designations. So it was a major consideration in terms of how you actually negotiate your way through those various designated sites. But to cut a long story short, we basically ended up in a position that we've now got the application in front of us, having gone through this. I'm being very, very brief here. It's a much, much more extensive exercise, and there's an entire A4 binder with, I think, the best part of 1,000 pages in it, which actually goes through in this in detail. Obviously, we've got limited time today, but they have done a very, very extensive search exercise here. This plan is the environmental and the heritage designations for the area to the north of the Tor Estuary. Frankly, the map looks a bit of a mess, but I think it's actually quite a good reflection of the fact that you've got an area that's actually chock-a-block with designations. So we've got an A, O, and B, which is the what it actually is on there. It's the diagonal hatch line that you can see on there. We've got an SSSI, which is the area. In fact, pretty well the whole of the area to the west of the cable route, which you can just see marked in pink, which is also the Braunton Boroughs SAC. And then we've got a whole series of other SSSIs. We've got a heritage coast designation. We've got a marine conservation zone offshore. There's numerous listed buildings in the area. I'm sure you'll all be aware of this, but it's a difficult site in terms of finding your way through the designations. What you can see very clearly from that plan is that it's pretty well impossible to get ashore without going through any designation. I don't think it is actually possible. So the approach from Whitecross here has basically been to try and find a route that minimises the impact on those designated areas. It cannot avoid the SAC and the Braunton Boroughs SSSI. So the approach that's taken there is that it will put the cable underground and it will construct it by horizontal directional drilling. So there are actually no works at the surface at all. And again, I'll come on to that in a little bit more detail. But essentially, you'll have no disturbance at the surface during construction in that area across the Braunton Boroughs SAC, which is the top bit of the route that you can see just to the right of the triangle where the landfall is. The cable route goes around the back of the AONB and the SSSI and the SAC, and then comes down the back of it, down to the Tor crossing, and then it does come back into the designated areas again, just on the north side of the river where the Tor crossing is. So again, it's not an easy thing to avoid, but it has sought to put the cable out at the back of the most sensitive parts of the site. So in very, very simple language, that's been the logic to the approach. To put a slightly more simple map on the screen now, and I'll take you through each of these sections. This is an overall map, and this is the one that's included in your report, and I thought it's probably sensible to put this on the screen for you. This is the entire cable route shown, divided up into sections. So just to run through the sections, firstly in the blue, section 1 at the top, that's the landfall area. There are issues there about how you bring the cable ashore, what should be the depth of burial. You'll see there's one of the big issues in the application is there's been quite a lot of discussion about the impact of that cable and in that area and how deep it needs to be buried and whether there's a risk of cable exposure. So there are particular issues around the cable burial depth there, and there's a particular condition which I've referred to already, which covers that particular issue. The cable will then come through, as we saw on the site visit, back through the back of the beach and through the dunes into Salton Sands car park, which is at the right-hand end of that blue area, where the transition joint bay will be. That's where the joint is between the onshore and the offshore cable. And then from there, we have the first major section of horizontal directional drilling, which is section 2 there. Which is around about 1.3 kilometres long, and the idea will be to drill that from Salton Sands car park. So that's the point at which the cable route will cross the SAC. So that's the pink area there, and you can just see it runs underneath Salton Golf Club as well, which is where those the little sort of web of road lines are above that pink area. And then you'll come out on the far side of the SAC into section 3, which is the green area that's marked there. And that's where you come out of the designations and you're essentially into the farmland that sits behind Braunton Boroughs. And the cable route there follows Sandy Lane and Morris Close Lane. Runs initially down the west side of those, and then just at the point where we reach Sandy Lane car park, if you recall, we drove down there on the site visit and just stopped there. There'll be a crossing point across Sandy Lane, and then the cable route will cross over into Broughton Marsh, which is where we leave the green area and go into the orange area. And then it extends down through the marsh in section 4 in the orange area there, all the way down to the toll crossing. So for those of you on the side visit, you'll recall we stopped there briefly. Once you're into the marsh, obviously you've got it's a much wetter kind of environment. You are a part of the marsh is there, so there are there's major issues there about how you manage the impacts on the water environment and hydrogeology and what the impacts are there. And again, you'll see there's considerable detail set out in the report on that, and there's been a lot of discussion both with Natural England and also with the Environment Agency as to how that's managed, and there are conditions proposed in relation to the management of the drainage, because clearly that's a major issue in a bit of the environment where you've got essentially a water table which is the predominant environmental feature. And bear in mind with this, you've got this haul road that's going to run alongside the cable route all the way down here. So it's the impact as well of putting that of the construction phase during that through this area, which is sensitive from the point of view of the impact on the water environment. That then brings us down to section 5, which is the toll crossing. This, as I said, this is the second part of the development where we've got a substantial piece of trenchless construction. So again, there would be horizontal directional drilling underneath the toll, and you'd have a compound for the drilling at both ends there. One near where we stopped at the car park at near Crow Point, and then there'd be a second compound to the south of the estuary, and there'd be drilling between the two locations. And then finally, coming into section 6, you've got the final link into the substation, which is section 7, which is where the new substation would be constructed, and then you'd have the connection into the existing substation and grid connection at East Yelland. So those are the 7 sections, and so the details are included in your plans. I'll just run through these. I won't say too much because it's about each of these, but it'll just give you an idea of each location. The plans actually show you where the nearest properties are. So at Salt and Sands, and I'll show you some photographs of this. Obviously, you're in a location there where it's a sensitive location, I suppose, particularly from a human point of view, insofar as it's a particularly prominent and important location in terms of recreational use and tourism, and we've got a whole series of businesses there, and there's close proximity of buildings. So it's from a human perspective, this is one of it's probably the most sensitive point in the entire route. The cable will, as I say, would come through the back of the sand dunes on the beach, and then would impact on the car park. And as you'll be aware, you'll see this is set out in some detail in the report, there's a major issue there in terms of the management of the impact on the car park, particularly during the tourist season, but obviously right through the construction phase, and that's something that's going to have to be managed quite carefully. There's the impact on the businesses there, there's the impact on the users of the beach and the recreational activities. You'll see I've included quite a lot of detail in the report about the actual amount of time it will take to install the cable across the beach, and that's actually very limited. It's a very, very short period of time. The actual laying of the cable with the cable laying machine will actually take less than a day. It's about 6 hours, but there's a 12-hour process in total, which also involves hauling the cable ashore. So the actual period of time the beach is affected is actually very, very limited. But the overall period of construction will run for a considerable number of months over the car park area. Of course, you're going to have a compound there for the horizontal directional drilling, which will be there for some time. So there are obviously a number of significant issues that arise just in relation to how you manage that impact, and I've set that out in detail in the report. Then you've got this section 2, as I said, this is the Broughton Golf Course crossing. This is the section where it will be by horizontal directional drilling, so no disturbance of the ground there. But of course, because it's being drilled, the impact will be felt, particularly obviously at the drilling end, and the disturbance that it causes to the car park. So although the construction in this phase
is intended to minimise or have no impact at all at surface level. It obviously has a knock-on effect in terms of the drilling activities which will be based in the car park. And then moving into section 3, most of this section will be, in fact quite possibly pretty well all of it, this will be by an open trench technique rather than the trenchless technique. So effectively a trench will be dug and the ducts will be placed into the cable route along this section. I've included in the report the details of the depths of the cable. Roughly speaking, the cable will be buried about 1.5 metres below the surface. And I've included the tables I was referring to with parameters for the sort of minimum and maximum widths of the cable route and cable depth, and the details that are included in that. And you'll see that section runs all the way down to the Sandy Lane car park, and then we get the crossing point there. The main construction compound, you'll see on this plan, there's that area that's sort of sticking out at the top of the plan with a rectangle on the road between Braunton and Saunton. That will be the main construction compound. If you recall, unfortunately we weren't able to stop there when we did the site visit, because it's actually quite difficult to stop there on the road at the moment, but that will be the main point of access into the Hall Road that will run alongside the cable route. So you can see from that, and particularly from its location, that raises issues about traffic and traffic management, and as I've set out in the report, there are particularly concerns from Braunton Parish Council about the impact of HGV movements through Braunton in order to access that point. And then moving on to the fourth section, this as I say is the area to the southeast of Sandy Lane and Sandy Lane car park. And this is where we get into the marsh proper, and there are the issues that are about the impacts on the water environment. It's also an area that's important for bird life, and that's something that's been raised, as I've set out in the report, by the consultees, not least Natural England, but again by Braunton Parish Council and the Braunton Marsh Drainage Board. So there are issues here about the impact, particularly on both on the water environment and on birds. And then in detail here you can see the crossing point on the Tor estuary. The major issue here was about the timing of the works on this particular phase, because it was initially proposed that this would happen over winter. But the difficulty there was the potential impact on overwintering birds, which is really the sort of key ornithological issue in terms of the sensitivity of the estuary area for bird life. And it was initially proposed, as I've set out in the report, that there would be mitigation provided for in terms of identifying areas of land where birds could, if they're undisturbed, they could go to. It was decided in the end not to pursue that route, and instead it was just simpler to actually program the work so they didn't happen during the overwintering period. So you'll see that one of the conditions that's set out in the report is that there is a restriction on when the works can actually happen, and it's precisely to provide that safeguard in terms of mitigation in relation to the impact on overwintering birds. There was also an issue moving into the next phase on this section, which is the final section going into the substation, because the fields that you can see around that part of the route were also important for overwintering birds, so we had the same issue there too. And then finally we're into the substation, which is the red area shown in section 7. I'll just move on through this. This shows the main access point, which is the existing road down to the Elm Quay. So that will be used, and as I say, it will be retained as a permanent point of access. It's actually the only permanent point of access that is retained, because the substation is the one key part of infrastructure that is meant to be a permanent piece of infrastructure for the lifetime of the project. Although even that potentially has an issue of what happens at the end of the lifetime of the project. As I've set out in the report, there's the whole issue of decommissioning and what that's involved at this point in time. The substation would have to be removed, but it may be that it could be repurposed, and it's not intended that the decommissioning phase should necessarily preclude that possibility that the building could have a use after the end of the lifetime of the offshore wind farm. Just in terms of the detail, the approach to the substation, the Rochdale envelope applies to the design of the substation too, and the size of the substation could vary quite a bit. You'll see there have been particular issues raised about noise and vibration from the operation of the substation, particularly with housing development that's going to happen nearby. There was a particular concern in relation to an application that's still currently with the council for development of housing, which in the area of that is just the top right-hand corner of that plan. However, that particular housing site, or the application, the area covered by that application, it's not an allocated housing site, and at this stage there's no, it's not a clear-cut proposal at this point in time. It hasn't been approved, so it's one of those things where they'll have to work out between the developer and housing site on White Cross as to what, if any, mitigation were to be required in the event that that application is approved, but at this stage it's by no means certain as to what will happen with that application. There's a layout on there which at this stage is only indicative. You can see on there the close proximity of the site to the Tarka Trail, which is the lines that run diagonally down the map from the sort of top right-hand corner to the bottom left. And you'll recall from the site visit that as we were standing on the Tarka Trail, as we were walking back north, it was on the right-hand side. It's not immediately alongside it. It was the fenced-in compound that's set up 50 metres or so back from the Tarka Trail. Nevertheless, you can see it's in very close proximity to the Tarka Trail. So this is one of those places where there will be a permanent impact. And I've got some photo montages that I'll show you just to give you an idea of what that impact will be, certainly in visual terms. There are drawings submitted with the application for the substation. These are no more than indicative at this stage, but it's to give an idea of what those buildings could consist of. If you read the application, I think the intention is that in terms of the design and appearance scale of the building, they'll probably be very similar to the adjacent industrial units that are already there on the business park next door. Really to keep them in keeping with what's there, but those are not fixed at the moment, and the size of them may vary a little bit. But again, applying the Rochdale envelope, the assessments have been undertaken on the basis of the worst case scenario in terms of how big the building would be and what impacts it would be had. If there are particular issues around how visually prominent the buildings will be, particularly from the north side of the river, because from the north side of the river you'll be in the AOB, now the national landscape, get my language right. And there are particular requirements, as I've set out in the report, in relation to consideration of impacts on the AOB that have to be satisfied. Then the final plan I've got here is this is the plan of the access routes into the site. This is quite an important one, I think, particularly for people who've got concerns about traffic. There's, I think it's 16 different access points that are identified. It's a bit too crude just to simply say there are 16 different access points, because the main access point will be, it does depend slightly on the phase of work, so the main access point into the bulk of the corridor will be the access from the compound on between Braunton and Saunton Sands. However, because you've got breaks essentially in the construction phase with the two areas of horizontal directional drilling, then clearly you need additional access to cover either side of those areas. So, for example, when the works are being undertaken at Saunton Sands and at Saunton Sands car park, clearly the access there has to be directly into the car park rather than via that access point, the main construction compound. So you can see, I don't know if you can see the numbers on there, but at the top you can see access 3 is the main construction compound access point. But clearly you can't use that to access Saunton Sands or to access south of the river. So there are, as well as the construction compound at access 3 and the access into Saunton Sands, you've got the routes coming around from the south side of the river to Yelland Quay. of those routes obviously pass through built-up areas, so there have been particular concerns raised by the parish councils, both at Broughton and down at Yelland, in terms of that, what impact will the traffic have through what are essentially residential areas, albeit their main roads. And that's set out in the report for you. And now some photographs. So firstly, I've just included these. These are just to give you an idea, but obviously one of the key features on this application is that it's a linear development and it's going through an area where there are a lot of drains and watercourses, it means there are going to be a lot of water crossing points, as I've set out in the report in relation to those watercourses, and there are a number of different methods of crossing those watercourses depending on how large they are. So on the one hand, you could get, as the photograph on the top left shows here, the installation of a temporary culvert. On the bigger watercourses, you'll get bridges, whether it's a beam bridge, as you're showing on the right-hand side there, or if necessary, if the size of the watercourse demands it on the drain, then you could even have a Bailey bridge. So there's different options being proposed here. At this stage, we don't know exactly what will happen in each crossing point, but again, it's one of those things that will be reserved by condition in terms of how those crossing points are managed. But it's clearly a major issue here because you've got a bit of development that's essentially running through an area of open countryside in Marshland, and the key impacts are actually going to be on the hedgerows, the watercourse crossings. That's where the impacts are. So it's quite key to pin those down. I've put in a couple of photo montages here, and this really brings us back to the new substation at Yelland. So these are, I've definitely put in two sets of photo montages here, which which are the views from the north side of the river. So this is the view from Broadsands looking across towards Yelland and the substation site. So the photograph at the top is essentially what you see now if you go to Broadsands car park. And I hope you can see it on this picture. The bottom one is the photo montage that shows the substation. I don't know if you can just see in the middle of it. I don't know whether I can actually put my cursor on here. Yes, you can. So can you see? It's been deliberately put in purple to make it stand out, but it's not realistic. I don't think the intention is to have a purple building though. It's not purple bricks. But it's to, and bear in mind this is based on Rochdale envelope, so the photo montage here has been produced assuming the worst case scenario if you simply blocked out the entire building for the maximum size, and they've done it very, very crudely, but it's deliberate. Just to give you an idea, it gives you a sense of what the substation inside would look like, albeit you have to accept that it's been deliberately done in a rather strange colour, but it is just to make it stand out. And that photograph is intended to be immediately after construction, because part of the proposal, as I've set out in the report, is also extensive landscaping around the substation site. And there is actually an additional photo montage that shows this after 15 years. But I put this one in deliberately. It's really to give you an idea of, well, what is that visual impact on the north side of the river. So that's just to give you an idea. It's not intended in itself to be realistic, but it's just to give you a flavour of what the sort of scale of the substation could be. But bear in mind, it's a worst case scenario, and in all likelihood the substation will be smaller than that. So it's a bit of a strange photo montage, but it's to give you the idea of what the impact will be. And then I've included a second one, which again this is the view from Crow Point. So you're slightly further west here. And on this one, it's actually very difficult to see. So the top photograph here is the existing situation, and you can't really tell so much from here. But believe me, you can actually see the purple on there. But the building is actually there. Obviously, in this location, you're further west, so you are more distant from the substation site. But the building is there in purple. But hopefully you can appreciate from that certainly from Crow Point the impact is certainly compared with the previous photograph, it's not quite so significant. It gives you an idea of things. So you need to sort of treat it with a little bit of caution, because it is done on the worst case scenario, and it's deliberately done to highlight a block of the building, whereas in reality it can be something that's a little bit more sensitive than that. So those are the two photo montages I was going to show you. I've then just got a series of photographs that show the route, and you'll recognise these from the site visits. I'm sure all of you have been to Saunton Sands regularly. So the photograph at the top shows the beach at Saunton Sands. You'll recall we went and did the site visit there. So the cable route will come in. I think it's roughly where the figures are actually standing in the foreground on that picture, because the cable will come in very close to where the ramp is, down onto the beach. That photograph will give you an idea, I mean, not only where the cable crosses the beach, but obviously the close proximity of some of the buildings and the businesses. And you can see there's the hotel there, and then there's the businesses that are actually located at the ramp down onto the beach. The bottom photograph obviously shows the beach looking the opposite way. So on that bottom photograph, essentially the cable will come in towards the bottom of the photograph. You can see there's quite a wide section of beach there, so there's potentially quite a bit to excavate out. And then you can see Broughton Borough's SAC is the area behind the beach there. And the cable, as we saw on the site visit, will be drilled through the dunes at the back of the beach and into the car park. And then it's a photograph of the car park itself. So this is looking from the eastern end of the car park towards the beach. So if you can imagine on this, the cable route will come in at that far end of the car park, and the transition joint bay will be towards that end of the car park, the far end, which is where the connection between the onshore and the offshore cable will be. And then, so there'll be one bay at the far end of the beach, and then the substantive construction compound for the drilling under Broughton Borough's SAC will happen at this end of the car park, essentially where you've got the vehicles and the huts that are there. So the disturbance in the car park here will be in two sections. As I said, it's one of the big issues as to how that's going to be managed, and I've set that out in some detail in the report for you. So if you can imagine from this photograph, the cable route disappears off to the left of the photograph, but it will be underground and drilled by HDD. That's a view. That's a photograph I took. This photograph is taken just close to the edge of the car park. So it's essentially looking from the car park towards the golf course. So that's what the drilling will go under. That's part of the SAC. So this is that section where the cable route cannot avoid going through the SAC. Hence the logic in the HDD drilling. And then moving around, this is actually the site of the compound on the Saunton Road. The road is actually just to the right of this photograph, so you can see we're into the agricultural land. There were major issues here about the impact on bats and greater horseshoe bats, and it really was a bit of a major sticking point this in terms of fairly lengthy discussions we had both with Whitecross and in particular with Natural England as to how that was going to be mitigated. As I've set out in some detail in the report, there were initially considerable concerns by Natural England about the adequacy of the bat survey information that was available, particularly over the winter period, and the impact of the works on the greater horseshoe bats. The particular issue that was concerned that that obviously the activity levels of bats they're particularly important at night, and the concern was that if there was nighttime working, which was what was originally proposed, then was it actually possible to acceptably mitigate the impact on the bats? This was an issue where ultimately the way to resolve this was that was pursued for some time, but ultimately what Whitecross have decided to do in this case is to actually restrict working hours, so that, and you'll see that I've detailed this in quite extensively in the report, is that they essentially mitigated by saying, actually, we won't undertake nighttime working. So we've got conditions recommended in the report that basically restrict the working hours. It's a bit of an unusual condition because it has to take account of the fact that what the daylight hours are obviously varies through the winter months. So the condition has been written in such a way that the standard working hours were proposed were from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. But what it does through the winter months is it basically says, actually, you can't work till 7 p.m. You can work until dusk, and then there's an additional safeguard, there's half an hour less in front of that as well. So it's reducing it right back to working in daylight hours only. And that's why you'll see in the condition that I've included in the report on the construction hours for the cable corridor, there's an entire table there, which sets out month by month what the end, effectively the end of the working day is, because the time changes, particularly when we go through the winter months, and the daylight hours gradually reduce back. So that was really, this was one of the key sticking points through the whole application, and it's taken some time to get us to that point. But that's essentially what's been put forward by White Cross as mitigation, and naturally we have confirmed that they're happy to do that. I'm being very really simplifying this. There are other more detailed issues here, and in particular, Natural England weren't happy simply with the mitigation that was being proposed, and came back to us and said, well, frankly, they're going to actually need what's called a European Protected Species Licence for the works relating to bats, which was not what White Cross were originally thinking they would have to do. They were thinking they could simply deal with it through mitigation. They are now actually going to have to get a licence from Natural England. And Natural England have come back to us, as I've set out in the report, and said they're essentially happy with the approach. And at this point in time, there's no reason for them to consider that they wouldn't grant a licence. It's an important legal point, because if Natural England come back to us and say, actually there's no prospect of a licence being issued, that would be a substantive issue for us in the consideration of the application, because as a planning authority we have to be satisfied that there is, it's likely that there would be a licence granted. So it really was quite a major issue. Potentially it was a showstopper at one point, but White Cross have managed to address that issue and have satisfied Natural England in terms of their amended approach. Moving on through the photographs, this is I'm basically moving down the cable route here. So now you've come out of the back of the Saunton Golf Club crossing point, and you're into the agricultural land to the east, to the west. Sorry, to the west of Blind Acres Lane. You'll see how this is very changed kind of landscape in a very small, over a relatively small area here. So these are arable fields at the moment. And the cable route here would basically follow the road down Blind Acres Lane and Sandy Lane, Burrows Close Lane, and essentially we run along through the edge of the field. So you've got a whole section, that third section that I showed you will run along the edge of the fields. This is actually taken at the point where I think it's almost immediately in front of us, where we've got the connection through to the construction compound. There would be a haul road running down from the construction compound to the line of the cable corridor, and where this photograph is more or less the point at which that point of access into the haul road would be. So if you can imagine there being a track heading off to the right, more or less in front of us, that will go up to the construction compound for the main access point. This is just a view in the opposite direction, so this is actually looking down Burrows Close Lane, where at this point we're actually on the west side of the lane, heading down towards Sandy Lane car park. So again, you can see this is one of the easier sections, I think, in reality, in terms of digging the trench and getting the cable in here. And then we come down to the crossing point. This is right by the gate of the Sandy Lane car park. And this is where there'll be a crossing point diagonally across the road, and we go into section 4. And there's quite a big change here between the agricultural fields you just saw, and then we're almost immediately into what's really the real wetlands, the marsh, and it's a very different kind of environment. So that's actually taken from just over, literally from over the other side of the crossing point we were just looking at. So you can see immediately here we're into the marsh environment, so it's a very, very different kind of environment, and the issues that presents in terms of how you put a cable route through that. And that's essentially the sort of landscape as you go all the way down to the tall crossing until you get to Broadsands car park. So that's the view from Broadsands car park, which you'll see is very similar to the photo montage I showed you a few minutes ago. This is the point where we go back into the HDD drilling underneath the estuary. And then again, you'll recall this from the site visit. This photograph was taken for those of you who were on the site visit, where we stopped the minibus, and we've got the existing compound there. and then the actual area that's the substation is behind. You can see the development that's there at the moment, and the compound for the substation is effectively just in behind this concrete yard you can see in front of us, and the access point into it are the gates you can see in front in the foreground here. So the substation site is essentially, I don't know if you can see where the electricity lines are coming through to the first telegraph pole. Well, the substation site is just beyond that telegraph pole. So we've got the main access road up to Yelland is literally to the right of the photograph here. And then again, you'll recall from the site visit, if you were on it, we walked along the Tarka Trail, got the existing pylons there that connected into the power station as was, and there's the existing substation there at the moment. The new substation that will be built by White Cross is just to the left of this photograph. So you can see there's a degree of screening there already, but nevertheless it's going to be a substantial building. So we would get a new substation just to the left of this photograph. It would be very close to the Tarka Trail, so it will be visible. And then again, you'll recall we walked 200 metres or so along the Tarka Trail to this point. This is where the cable route I'm going slightly backwards here, but the cable route coming in from the Tor crossing would cross the Tarka Trail at this point before heading into the new substation building. So it would come in from the right of this photograph, go underneath the Tarka Trail, which would have to be drilled to not disturb the Tarka Trail, and then it would curve around to the left-hand side and into the new substation building. But you can see here, even within a very short distance, on the one hand we've got the trees but alongside the Tarka Trail, and then suddenly it opens out into a much more open landscape. And it's well used. I don't know how many times we almost got run over by bikes going up and down the Tarka Trail just in the few minutes we were there for the site visit. But it is very well used, and it is one of the locations where there clearly will be a visual impact. And you'll see I've set out in the report that there are, there's obviously concern about the impacts that this would have visually on the Tarka Trail, and potential disturbance during construction. This is just a closer up view of the compound where the substation would be built. So we're at the back of the adjoining compound that's already there. It is brownfield land, it is previously developed land, and you can see the other side of the fence there. There is actually what's left of what I think was a hard surface concrete yard, albeit it's begun to green over, but it is part of the sort of previously developed site there. And that's just the view looking the other way. So you can see the two big pylons in the background, which were the ones in the photograph. So the Tarka Trail is just where those trees are. I showed you a couple of photographs ago. Right, I've got just 3 or 4 videos and then we're almost done. And I'll just show you these. They're just aerial videos. They're actually just really good to see in terms of giving you a sort of overview. So I'll just play these to you. They're all very short. So the first video, it's running, yes, there we go. So you can see this is just the view over Salton Sands car park. And it just pans around over Broughton Borough, so it's actually very good at just giving you an idea of the lie of the land. So the cable route would have been where the shot initially started, coming straight through the car park towards us. And the video will pan round towards the Tor estuary. I'll just let it play so to give you an idea of it. So here we're coming into the estuary. And then we're coming round about now to where the crossing point would be in Crow Point. And I think what you can see there is Yelland Quay. So if you can imagine the cable route running almost down the left-hand, the extreme left-hand side of this image, and then down towards the river. I think that's the end of that one. Yep, so that's that one. And to the next one. That's 2. And again, just let that play. So this is almost doing the reverse. So you can see the estuary in the background there. The cable route would be on the extreme left-hand side of the image, and come up behind us. So this is actually doing almost the reverse of the previous video. You've got Saunton Golf Club, and then you can see Saunton Sands car park in the background. So the cable route is running almost straight up on the right-hand side of the image there. But this is the section that would be drilled. Next one. Into the third one. This is the third one. This is the view from Blind Acres, from the virtually taken from Blind Acres Lane. There we go. So that's looking south. So this is where the cable route runs alongside the road, on the right-hand side of the road, and follows down the right-hand side of the road, all the way down to Sandy Lane car park. There's the bend to the right, and then there's a straight section, and then a bend to the left. So the cable just basically follows the right-hand side of the road. So Sandy Lane car park, I think, is about there. If you can see them. No? Is it further up? No, okay. All right. Thank you. It will cross over, yeah. Right, there's a final video. This is taken from the estuary. So there's the jetty, and these fields you can see just behind the jetty is where the compound would be on the south side of the estuary. This is where there was some concern about the impact on birds in this area. And then you can see in here is where the existing the estuary business park, which is this bit. So the substation is sitting down there somewhere. There we go. Right. There's four very short videos there. Right, so just to sort of summarise, in terms of the overall number of representations, we've had around about 1,850 objections to it, so it's a big number. There have been 41 that have made no objections, that have offered comments, 42 that have offered, well, 41 say no objections, 42 have made comment, and then we've had a petition from Save Our Sands, which in the version we've got had 3,837 signatures, but I believe there's more being added. That's right. Yeah. Okay. Right. There's a summary of. There's a huge range of issues that have been raised, and I'm sorry the report is so brief in those, but it's just there's only so much we can write, and I've tried to cover off the issues in the substantive text in the report. But you'll see that they're summarised on page 72 of the report. In terms of consultation responses, what I've done is I've included in Appendix B the full text of all the consultation responses, and you'll see that runs a couple of hundred pages alone. And I've just produced a summary of that in the main part of the report, and you'll see those are very extensive. I won't say too much about those because you can read those for yourself, and hopefully you've had some opportunity to go through those. But you'll see there are very substantive comments, particularly from Natural England. There were actually more comments than the just simply stated in the Appendix B, because what Natural England did was that they produced Excel spreadsheets where they had lots of very detailed points, which are available on the website. But if we'd started including absolutely everything, you would have had a report that ran probably 1,000 pages. There was that much comment, so hopefully you've had a chance to sort of read through the full representation. Really, just to wrap up, in terms of the main considerations for the application, I'll just run through these very much in summary. Obviously, as I've set out in the report, you've got the initial issue, which is about the principle of the development, and I've made particular reference there to the context of the development being supportive of the development of renewable energy and the government policy in terms of development of renewable energy, and the two main policies in the development plan in relation to the principle of development. I'll just find my page in the report. Yeah, you'll see. I've written in the report, particularly placing the overall issue in terms of policies ST02 and 0209 in particular. I've also made reference in the report to the national policy statements, which are, strictly speaking, meant for NSIP applications, as I've set out in the report. This application falls just short of being a national infrastructure project. But nevertheless, the government has made clear that where you've got a significant development that is effectively or very close to being nationally significant infrastructure, then it's appropriate to take the national policy statements into account. And you'll see from the text of the report very much the imperative in terms of what's set out in the national policy statements is a desire to achieve that 50 gigawatts of offshore wind farm development by 2030. There's a lot of weight established in that. So I've set that out in some detail for you in terms of principle of development. What it essentially comes down to then in terms of the issues involved here is, okay, if the development is acceptable, at least in principle, as far as that policy imperative is required, the qualification, of course, is it acceptable in terms of its environmental impacts. And then I've gone through the rest of the issues here, and there are a significant number, and as I've set out in the report, there's a very substantial body of objection here, particularly from obviously local residents. Key amongst them is the impact on ecology, terrestrial ecology, protected species and designated sites. We've got the issue of requiring HRA, an appropriate assessment here, which I've set out in detail in the report, and the council's specifically employed a consultant to do that exercise, which I've reported in the committee report. There's also the issue of biodiversity net gain. In this case, as I've set out in the report, statutory biodiversity net gain does not apply in this case because it was submitted before the introduction of the statutory BNG. Nevertheless, the applicant has come forward and proposed that they will achieve the 10% that's equivalent to the statutory requirement. So that's what's proposed as part of the application. That would now be secured through a Section 106 agreement, and hence the conditions that I've recommended initially in the report would actually be taken out from the conditions, but would be included in the Section 106 agreement. You've got impacts on the marine environment, and particularly the intertidal and estuarine environment. And as I've set out in the report here, one of the key issues here is the issues around the depth of burial of the cable as you come ashore at the landfall. And there are also issues around flood risk, again, which I've addressed in some detail in the report, at the Yelland substation site. Noise and vibration, particular concerns. I think these particularly come out in the objections in relation to the construction impacts in terms of noise and vibration and impacts from traffic. Construction impacts in terms of air quality, and obviously the major issue here is in terms of the impacts as far as dust is concerned from the drilling activities. The highways impacts, I think that's a fairly self-evident one, and I think particularly Barnstaple Parish Council have had major concerns about that. And there's been quite a lot of discussion between ourselves and Devon County Council, and I think particularly between White Cross and Devon County Council, and there are proposals put forward for traffic management measures as mitigation, including the submission of a construction traffic management plan. And overall, Devon County Council haven't expressed any major concerns about the development there. They're happy that actually all the traffic impacts can be adequately managed and mitigated. There's the amenity impacts, obviously related to traffic, and also the impacts on car parking, particularly at the Swanton Sands beach car park, as I've identified. Health impacts, which I've set out in detail in the report. There are quite a number of listed buildings that would be affected. None directly, it's more an issue of the impact on the setting of those listed buildings. But as I say, the assessment of that is that there's no substantive long-term issues because essentially the impacts are short-term, revolve around the construction phase. The impacts on tourism, recreation, and the economy, again, with particular concerns around salt and sands, but also more broadly, right the way along the route, because there are a number of footpaths and rights of way that will be impacted, including, of course, the Tarpa Trail on the other side of the river. Land contamination, that's a particular issue around the substation site, but also more generally over the route, because of course you're going through some of the areas that are close to the military activities on the north side of the river. Issues on water resources and flood risk, again that's a particular concern around the other substation site, and we've had there's been a lot of discussion with the Environment Agency and the LLFA, particularly about mitigating against flood risk and allowing for climate change around the construction of the substation and the finished floor levels, and they're going to have detailed that in the report for you. Geotechnical issues and also hydrofracture, this concept of frack out. This is to do with a potential pollution incident arising from the use of the drilling mud, the bentonite, which I've explained in the report, and that's something that's been considered in some detail. And again, there are, as with many of these issues, because of the application in the Rochdale envelope, there's a risk assessment of that and proposals for managing that, which have satisfied the consultees. Landscape and visual impact. Not surprisingly, the conclusions on this are essentially that in relation to the construction of the cable route itself, there's acknowledgement that the impacts will be relatively short term. With the substation site, it's a bit more of an issue because it's a large structure and it will be permanent or semi-permanent. But again, the conclusions on that are that actually with the mitigation proposed, it will be acceptable. In particular, we've sort of been very mindful of the comments from the National Landscape team and the impacts on the national landscape, and there are particular policy requirements that we have to satisfy in relation to that that I've set out in the report. Climate change, there's a climate change assessment included in the application. Land use, which is particularly around the impacts on agriculture and also recreation. There's the whole issue of decommissioning, because of course the wind farm will have a limited lifetime of 25 years, so the question then arises what happens at the end of those 25 years. It's the cable taken away. At the moment, decommissioning, as I've set out in the report, is one of those issues where if the application is approved, White Cross will need to come forward with a decommissioning strategy at a point in time before decommissioning is actually reached. This is something that it seems a bit like this is being part for the future, but it's common practice, because over a period of 25 years, as you get into a project like this, approaches to decommissioning can change quite significantly as the technology involved in the works undertaken. So it's a fairly common practice for this type of infrastructure that you do reserve that by condition, but essentially you have to bring forward a decommissioning strategy, but that's something that will happen in the future. I've mentioned alternatives. The alternatives go quite some way beyond just the issue of the routes, but they go right into every aspect of the application, including the mitigation for things like the wintering birds and the bats, and I've detailed those in some detail in the report. There's a range of other matters which I've set out towards the latter end of the report, which include things like unexploded ordnance, which clearly isn't. It's one of those issues that we do have to be concerned about, particularly in this location for historic reasons. So again, that's another one of those things in which the risk assessments have been undertaken. And then finally, cumulative effects. That's part of the requirement for the IA. The cumulative effects are focused both on the cumulative effects of this application together with the offshore application, and also in the context of the substation site, the development of the Ellen Key mixed-use housing development that's proposed there. Again, the conclusions on that are, there won't be any overall significant effects, albeit, as I mentioned, the EHO has raised particular issues in relation to this adjoining housing planning application that has yet to be determined. So you can see from that there's a huge range of issues that have been raised by this application, hence the very long report that you've got in front of you today. I'm sorry I haven't gone into more detail on some of those issues, but it is all set out into the report. So I think that's more or less the end of the long presentation. Yes, it is. So, Chairman, I will wrap it up there and we'll go into the next stage.
Thank you very much. And I thank you for your report, being concise to 390 pages, which I'm sure isn't actually that easy when you've got 23 volumes and many thousands of pages. But thank you for that, and thank you very much for your presentation. I've noticed a lot of members of the public sneaking off to have a comfort break, so I'm actually going to. So we're going to adjourn for a comfort break for 5 minutes, please. Okay. We are 11:47. Just to remind members, Councillor Wilson, you're okay. You watched the whole of the presentation, so that's fine. If any members do need to leave or ask first, and we can adjourn. This is an important application. I don't want anyone to lose their option to take part in the debate and ultimately vote. So just a reminder. So that moves us on to individuals registered to speak, who, as I said earlier, will be asked to come up to the microphone. We will start. We have 18 people speaking. And the first is the Parish Council, so I will ask Councillor Adrian Bryant of the Braunton Parish Council to come forward, please. And just to remind you that we are timing, so if you can stick with your 3 minutes, please, that's much appreciated and keeps it fair for everybody. Thank you.
Okay, can everyone hear me? Great. Well, just before I start, there's been an incredible level of opposition and concern within the parish, and for a council that puts a sign that greets visitors to North Devon with world-class by nature, works out of Brinsworthy Environment Centre within the North Devon biosphere, I really would hope you would bear that, all those things in mind. Anyway, this is what Braunton Parish Council has to say about this application. Under the National Planning Policy Framework, the economic impact of this development must be fully considered. Braunton's economy is rooted in tourism, the natural environment and surfing, all of which will suffer significant disruption during construction. Yet no compensation, mitigation or investment in local people has been offered for this loss. This application fails to meet national planning policy, which clearly states that economic growth must be balanced with environmental protection and social well-being. Turning to the Braunton Neighbourhood Plan, which incidentally was not mentioned in the presentation we've just received, several key policies are being breached. Policy BE12, air quality. The applicant has not provided a sufficient air quality risk assessment. Construction traffic in Braunton is expected to peak at 172 vehicle movements per day, including 92 HGVs, passing directly through the village centre and Cane Street, a narrow road that was until recently an air quality management area. This route runs alongside a primary school playground, posing a serious health risk, particularly to children and unborn babies from vehicle particulate emissions. Policies BE9 and BE10, active travel and vehicle movement. No meaningful mitigation has been proposed for the cumulative impact of this construction traffic. There is also serious concern about the potential damage to the toll road and flood bank at Horsey Island, which protects farmland, the Great Field and parts of Braunton from flooding. Policy NE2, bat populations and triple SI protection. The Greater Horseshoe bat population in this area is of national importance, yet gaps remain in the survey data and no detailed lighting mitigation has been provided for the construction phase. Policy NE3, biodiversity net gain. This policy requires a minimum 10% gain based on the entire construction area. That gain must be real, measurable, and include significant S106 funding for the affected sites. Policy NE7, strategic nature areas. This development lies within a designated strategic nature area. Multiple expert bodies, including Devon Wildlife Trust, Natural England, North Devon Biosphere and the RSPB have all raised formal concerns.
Can I ask you to wind up, please?
I'm nearly there. Policy BE1, built character and accessibility. No noise impact assessment has been submitted for the generators and pumps used for marsh drainage. Combined with drilling and construction noise, this will harm wildlife, Saunton Beach, Braunton Burrows and the wider environment. Finally, Policy BE4, renewable energy. Braunton Parish Council supports renewables, but not at the expense of our most precious natural assets. Braunton is part of England's largest UNESCO Biosphere Reserve and the UK's only World Surfing Reserve. On behalf of our community, Braunton Parish Council urges all of you here to reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 6 speakers in support of the application, starting with Chris Barraclough, please.
Hello, you can hear me. My name is Chris Barraclough. I live in North Devon and I support this application. In May 2019, this country declared a climate emergency. Since then, we have seemed to have forgotten this. We have no real alternative except for the electrification of our energy system, and that is via renewables. The UK's energy strategy calls for local electricity supplies and energy security, and that means this project. Most people accept this, but have their concerns. With global temperatures now rising to 1.6 degrees, now past the limit of the Paris Agreement, projects like this need to be put in place as soon as possible. Global heating is accelerating, and yet we hear less and less about this from the media and government. I would argue why is it taking so long already. Net zero policy is under attack in the last few weeks by the Tony Blair Institute, also by Reform, Nigel Farage, and Drill Baby Drill, Donald Trump. If you want to be on the same side of history with these people, then you're very welcome. Incidentally, Tony Blair has worked for Petrus Saudi, the lobbyist. The lobbyist reportedly earning about 40 grand a year and 2% on any deals he does, hardly impartial. BP has just ousted their green energy chief as they turn their back on renewables and revert to oil and gas. This was the result of US hedge fund Elliott Investment Management Limited, pro-oil and gas investors. As a community, we need to be on the right side of history. I also think we need to avoid NIMBYism. I love North Devon, but all parts of the country, well, this is NIMBYism, all parts of the country need to contribute to this vital infrastructure. I believe there are substantial benefits to the wider economy and North Devon as a whole, and Braunton has an important role in this. Can I ask a genuine question of local protesters? What efforts have been made to talk about improved cycling infrastructure, for instance, and the benefits? We talk about tourism, the benefits to tourism in improving the links between Braunton and Saunton. I'm a member of Saunton Golf Club, and I've read information from the club that in principle they support the application, but with disruption in Braunton, they'll probably miss their tee-off times. I'm willing to accept that. I've been a surfer in North Devon for many years. Again, I'm surprised at the opposition from this direction and would see no real reason for it. Surfers concerned about the ocean, sure. Does this also extend to the dangerous breakdown of the AMOC and the Gulf Stream? which are going to result from increased carbon emissions. I appreciate the majority of concerns of whether there is a better route, and I think they have addressed that. They're avoiding the SS5 and their natural beauty. And I think coming through a car park is actually a pretty good solution.
Can I ask you to wind up, please?
And the disruption. So finally, I just think we should embrace the things that this project, and we should continue to engage with the developer and engage with the things that this project can deliver for us. In terms of, for instance, in terms of cycling infrastructure, in various parts of the country, you would cycle from Braunton to the beach. Apparently we don't in North Devon. We're way too negative. Anyway, I urge the committee to please accept this, approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I just remind members of the public, please, to be respectful of people, to allow them to voice their opinions when they come up for their 3 minutes, and that's for all parties, just so that they can be heard, and to come right up to the microphone and speak so everybody can hear. The next speaker is Paul Coles, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you today on what is a hugely important application for the UK and our region. My name is Paul Coles, CEO of the South West Business Council, and I also chair Torridge Place Board, playing a role in assisting both North Devon Council and Torridge achieve joint and economic and maritime strategies. On a recent trip to Bergen in Norway, almost every car was electric, which has been achieved through a comprehensive engagement with renewable energy. No doubt during the build phase there was disruption, but they are surely reaping the rewards now. The UK government has huge plans with respect to energy transition, all of which represent a golden opportunity for long-term, well-paid jobs focused on the environment. As a region for decades, we have suffered a brain drain where our young people feel they have to go elsewhere for a career. The White Cross development will play a role in helping change that. Painting a wider picture for the moment, to service the offshore wind opportunity, Europe will need significantly more vessels, which could be built at Appledore, creating long-term security for our local economy. Further, they could be built using clean propulsion systems, technologies that will be explored at the Appledore Clean Maritime Innovation Centre, £16 million worth of government investment in our region to support clean energy and mechanics in terms of vessels. Within 90 minutes of here, we will have a UK-scale EV battery site to help drive energy transition. We also have a company that can recycle rare earth minerals from end-of-life batteries, reducing the need to mine them. These are but a few examples of the economic and job opportunities that White Cross and others are creating in our region. They are developments we should be excited about. Yet I know disruption causes concern for people during the build phase, so I'll turn to undersea cables. Across the globe, cable routes delivers energy and support energy transition. They also carry data and calls. How reassured are we when a loved one reaches us in another part of the world? These cables connect us, they break down barriers. In the southwest, we have over 30 existing cables. There would have been some disruption during their build, but no one really gives them a consideration now. I had the privilege of serving on the board of Surf Life Saving Great Britain for a good number of years, and I can't remember a single conversation during hundreds of hours, if not thousands of hours, on our beaches that were about how cables had impacted waves or indeed the beach. No one. Russia's war on Ukraine brought into very sharp relief the importance of energy security as the continuing human tragedy continues to unfold. In April 2022, UK consumers saw a 54% increase in energy prices. Many parents were having to make heartbreaking decisions on whether to have the heating on, feed themselves or their children on a daily basis. I could not, in all conscience, look them in the eye and say that I was one of the people that objected to them having the situation eased by the UK having cheaper, more secure renewable energy. Could any of us? It is for this reason and many more that we are supportive of this application. Let's play a proud role in delivering renewable energy to our region and jobs for our young people that choose to live here. We are in support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have Professor Deborah Greaves, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Deborah Greaves, I'm Professor of Ocean Engineering at the University of Plymouth, and I'd like to speak in support of the application for a significant and important project, stepping stone project towards development of our offshore wind for the UK. And it's a really significant and important project, both from the point of view of the innovation that it's going to help support, and also in the development of the supply chain in this region, and potential for generating social and economic benefits into the wider region. So we have global consensus that we need to get to net zero by 2050 around the world in order to have any chance of saving the health of our planet, its biodiversity, and our chance to live on it. And it's in that framing that the government has set, through climate change advice, targets for 50 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030, including 5 gigawatts of floating offshore wind. Now that's a context from having about 14 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity now. So it's a massive increase. I lead some research programs in offshore renewable energy. We've recently done some work that shows if we're going to make those targets, we need to move faster by 4 times in the development route, but also we need to have a workforce which is about 6 times greater than we have now by 2040. And by 2040 we'll be looking to around about 100 gigawatts of offshore wind. But the point is that that offshore wind is needing to be in further offshore in deeper water, and that needs new technology. New technology which is deeper water technology and floating offshore wind. And there's a huge amount of innovation to develop and deliver through how we design those platforms, how we design them with nature in mind and their position, how we design their moorings and anchoring systems, the floating platforms, how we operate them into the future. So there's a huge new industry, new sector to be developed, which involves a lot of innovation. We need a large new workforce. We have the opportunity to be leaders in this, to develop the workforce and to inspire young people in our region to take part in this sector. And there are many, many disciplines involved in delivering a project of this scale and a sector of this scale. So this project is a stepping stone, a test and demonstration project that can help unlock some of that innovation and also engage the supply chain, inspire young people, and help us to make sure that these developments that will come will actually have some long-term benefit for the local communities. So I would say that the test and demonstration projects, such as, or the development of offshore wind in the Celtic Sea, such as will be unlocked through projects like this test and demonstration project, they will come. We can be part of that supply chain, we can be part of delivering those projects and creating real benefit to our communities, or we can allow them to be delivered by others. I think I would also just remind the community that this part of the world has a real history of innovation. In fact, back in 1983, a 200 kilowatt wind turbine was placed in Ilfracombe as part of a European project, and some of the very early knowledge around wind development was initiated through that project here in Ilfracombe, or local in Ilfracombe. And also, of course, I will, in tidal stream, we also on the north coast of Devon had the marine current turbine demonstrator, and that was back in 2003. So we have a tradition of innovation in this part of the world. Let's lead, let's take the opportunity and create real benefit for the communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have Bill Blythe, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Bill Blythe. I'm Vice Principal at Petrock College. We've got about 6,000 students from across northern Devon, and today I'm here to show our strong support for the White Cross offshore wind farm. The project, we believe, not only represents a major investment in sustainable energy, but also in the future of our young people, our local economy and our environment. At Petroc, we're committed to preparing our students for the challenges and opportunities of the 21st century. That means embracing innovation, supporting green technologies, and ensuring our learners gain the skills needed for tomorrow's workforce. Our view is that the Whitecross Wind Farm does more than generate clean electricity. It symbolises a forward-thinking approach to both education and energy. We see the project as a catalyst for new learning pathways. Offshore wind represents a rapidly growing sector, and we want our students to be ready to take their place in that workforce. Through collaboration and industry partners, we aim to develop training programmes that align with the technological demands of wind energy, from engineering and maintenance to environmental monitoring and logistics. And if I can just give one concrete example of this sort of partnership, the students from our University Centre for Northern Devon, on their visit to Japan last year, had a trip facilitated by Flotation Energy's parent company TEPCO to its Inwera-Shiro Daini hydroelectric plant. This project is also about community and aspiration. North Devon has, as you all know, a proud maritime and rural heritage. The Whitecross Wind Farm, we believe, honours that by creating high-quality jobs whilst preserving what makes our area special. It brings the promise of long-term sustainable employment in an industry that matches our values: responsible stewardship, innovation and local opportunity. We at Petroc are clear that North Devon should not be left behind in the green transition. Our students deserve the chance to lead and succeed in the industries of the future, not to have to move away to find them elsewhere. We're working actively with the Harbour Master at Ilfracombe Harbour and the team at Torridge working on the Appledore Levelling Up project to develop our approach to the educational opportunities that floating offshore wind can bring to the area, and how this might develop further opportunities in our most deprived areas. So on behalf of Petroc, I offer our full support to the Whitecross Offshore Wind Farm. We look forward to working together to ensure this project benefits not just our environment, but our economy, our students, and the wider community for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have Commodore Steve Jeremy, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm the Chief Executive of Celtic Sea Power, owned by Cornwall Council. I'm also the Chair of the Celtic Sea Cluster, which incorporates all of the regions around the Celtic Sea. I have just three things to talk to you about. The first is cabling. As part of my job, I support an offshore renewable energy site currently owned by a floating offshore wind installer off the coast of Hale. We have a cable there. The installation which that cable was put in place was pretty much along the lines of the local impact that was discussed by the planning officer. Minimal. I surf there, and the impact on both the tourism and the environment is almost negligible. I'm aware of no impact whatsoever. So accept that it does happen when we actually start it, but once the systems are in place, it's been negligible. The second, and going from the very small to the big, is the Celtic Sea Cluster, and the Celtic Sea is the biggest opportunity in this region, and I mean South Wales and the Great South West, for a generation. It's huge. There are 17 gigawatts in prospect. That's about £85 billion worth of investment, and the issue is, does that investment come locally or does it go elsewhere? And it's quite possible that it will go elsewhere. Britain doesn't have a very good record in terms of securing local content. It's about 42%. We want to push that up. We want to push it up so that we have opportunities for local people and local companies. In terms of local benefits, the issue here is the test and demonstration projects, because these projects are the essential stepping stones for us as we get out into the Celtic Sea. And be in no doubt, it's tough out there. It's a very demanding environment, but having the opportunity to actually work on these smaller projects before we scale into the bigger projects, which are about to be announced in the summer, is a huge opportunity for us. It's the opportunity for local people, the opportunity for local businesses. So in terms of the stepping stone approach, I could not agree more with Deborah Greaves, who I've known for some time. Our view here is that we ought to be creating not only local jobs for local people, but local people for local jobs. And that means actually people having the opportunity to train. It means the opportunity to operate in these offshore wind farms. The opportunity to actually work in difficult circumstances off sea. So for that reason, I'm very strongly supportive of this project. I support it both from the Cornish point of view, I've come up from Cornwall this morning, but also from the Celtic Sea Cluster's point of view, which incorporates the whole of the region. It is one of 5 test and demonstration projects, and they're all incredibly important to the industry and making sure that we can make this a world-leading region for floating offshore wind.
Thank you very much. And now we have Peter Morrish, please.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Peter Morrish from Condition Monitoring Technology Group, CMTG, and Chair of Northern Devon Futures. I'm speaking today in support of this application. I've grown up in North Devon and have spent my career working in and for our region. At CMTG, we have spent the last 35 years building a high-tech business in rural Torrington, overcoming and adapting to the realities of doing business in a remote location. By developing local talent, we now compete on a global stage, including against multinationals like General Electric. Today, we employ 90 local people, more than 40% of whom have joined through our apprenticeship programs. North Devon, however, still imports most of its energy, and average wages lag the national level, whilst living costs continue to climb. White Cross and the wider Celtic Sea floating offshore wind projects could help change this by creating secure, year-round skilled jobs that raise incomes and strengthen small businesses across our region. Routing a cable through Saunton Sounds and Bournemouth boroughs is rightly sensitive. Robust litigation and transparent engagement must be non-negotiable. But if we let that challenge stop us, we forfeit the long-term rewards, including cleaner energy, a more resilient economy, and careers that keep families rooted in North Devon. Our 2 local district councils have already laid some of the key foundations. The new Appledore Clean Maritime Innovation Centre will link apprentices, college leavers and graduates to green maritime roles, raising aspirations and showing our young people that they could build world-class careers without leaving North Devon, while our historic ports, including Appledore Shipyard and Ilfracombe, give industry a natural foothold. Floating offshore wind projects will have to overcome formidable engineering and technical challenges, driving fresh innovation in design, testing and manufacturing, and lifetime maintenance. North Devon firms already possess many of the core skills and capabilities, and by working locally, we can deliver world-class solutions. Our aim must be to capture the value locally, build a strong supply chain here, exporting our expertise worldwide, and securing resilient, well-paid careers for current and future generations. When I was growing up in North Devon, opportunities like this always seemed to happen somewhere else. Thoughtfully managed, White Cross and future Celtic Sea floating offshore projects offer a rare chance for our region to lead the green energy transition, creating better jobs, a stronger economy, and more reasons for our young people to stay and succeed here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 6 people wishing to object to the application, and they start with, please, Lucy Tamlin. And just to let people know, you've asked for an image to go up on the screen to assist in your presentation.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I'd like to start with saying good morning to everyone and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here representing Saunton Beach Villas, recent winners of the TripAdvisor Traveller's Choice Award, putting us among the top 10% worldwide accommodation providers. Our 26 villas bring over 4,000 visitors each year who contribute significantly to the local economy, supporting businesses across Braunton, Croyd, Willicombe and the wider North Devon area. 24 of our villas sit just 15 metres from the proposed drilling compound. That puts us on the front line with regards to the White Cross project. As a business, we have our own concerns about several aspects of the proposed operations, including the duration of works, the impact of drilling equipment, noise and vibrations on everything from villa structures to guest experience, and how it may affect our canine guests, especially having just been voted Dog Friendly Business of the Year at the Devon Tourism Awards. We cannot see how, under these plans, we could feasibly continue to attract guests during the works. But I would also like to speak up for our fellow local tourism businesses. North Devon is more than just a summer holiday destination. In fact, around 70% of our bookings come during the so-called off-peak months, and we are not the only business who has worked very hard to attract guests here all year round. So when we're told Saunton disruption can be confined to the quiet season, for us it shows a fundamental misunderstanding, not just of our business, but of how modern tourism works. Negative online reviews and wish you weren't here social media posts don't disappear once the drilling ends. They last, and they heavily influence future travel decisions. The disruption caused by an industrial drilling compound at Saunton will inevitably cause damage to our tourism industry in one of North Devon's most popular holiday spots. As per the White Cross website, we've had vague promises about being a good neighbour and support for affected businesses, but no concrete details. That's not good enough. The risks to our business and the wider tourism industry in the region are very real. I ask that the committee don't forget the principles laid out in the North Devon and Torridge Local Plan. Policy ST13 clearly states that high quality tourism development that promotes a year-round industry will be supported. Tourism growth should be sustainable and should not damage the natural historic assets of Northern Devon. Therefore, I urge the committee to insist on a revised localised impact survey on tourism and to consider the long-term economic impact on year-round local tourism businesses in line with policy ST13. I think it's fantastic that we talk about all these new jobs that are going to be created for our young people, but I wonder if that's going to come at the cost of the jobs that we have already provided at Saunton for the last 21 years in our tourism industry. Please support us and support North Devon. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Ruth McDonough. I both pronounced that correctly.
You did, yeah, well done. People don't usually. Hi, can you hear me? Yeah, that? Yeah. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Can I first remind the committee that this is about the onshore application. It's not a challenge to the offshore application Passing this means you put your trust in White Cross to protect our unique environment and our visitor-based economy ahead of their profits, and local planners to police those activities effectively. My experience is that your trust would be misplaced. White Cross shows a truly misleading title for this application. Crucially, at the root of all damage is Rochdale Envelope, though it says that only applies south of the Tor, as do their design and access statements and their ecology reports, it being the title. Planning regulations mean that Rochdale is only for nationally significant wind farms, which at 5 to 8 windmills White Cross has accepted, this one is not. See also our solicitor's letter in 2.5 on the planning side. Rochdale's ultimate flexibility allows developers to produce final plans post-consent, so 7756, despite all its lengthy repetitive detail, is just an outline application establishing the principle of development on our beach, biosphere and marsh. But Rochdale also imposes responsibility to clearly explain their plans to people they affect. White Cross told our councillors at their August 23 presentation that Rochdale would not apply north of the Tor, and any change was not explained at their Braunton public meetings. The extent of their commitment to openness has to be judged by their interaction with us locals. We only discovered, including via a February Freedom of Information request, that Rochdale flexibility is actually sought right across this application. Councillors have probably spotted that even this outline application suggests a cable working corridor across our protected landscape with a width range of 12 metres to a maximum 60 metres. A UK motorway with central reservations and verges is about 22 metres across, so that's 2 motorways wide. Whitecross documentation shows they rely on Rochdale to manage away all concerns and issues by suggesting details will follow post-consent. Our experience suggests that our overstretched local planners will struggle to police and enforce any conditions that you impose. Though Whitecross claims their use of Rochdale envelope was agreed with NDC during plea planning application, engagement, our planners seem not to have documented that agreement nor any relevant discussions, despite the huge impact on public interest. And to the best of my knowledge, our planners' first public comment that Rochdale flexibility would apply across the piece was Mr. Sierakowski's reply to a member's question we overheard during your March 25 site visit. Post-consent is too late to provide development details. Accepting these outline plans while believing long-term desecration would or could be managed by overstretched planners means a real leap of faith. I support renewables, particularly wind farms, but what we now know about these outline plans leaves me horrified. Given the lack of adequate consultation, I implore you to refuse permission. Please don't put your names to accepting it and the many years damage to our area it will cause.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next we have Peter Parsons, please.
Right. Is that okay? Yes. Good morning and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Peter Parsons. I'm an owner of a property at a development called Ocean Point, which is directly adjacent to Saunton Sands Hotel and overlooks Saunton Beach. So I'm speaking on behalf of all the other owners of that block this morning. Plus, though, I have been asked to raise various points on behalf of the Saunton Golf Club, of which I am a member, and their General Secretary is in the audience today. I have also been asked to reiterate some of my points on behalf of Saunton Sands Hotel and owned by the Brent Group, and Peter Brent, one of their directors, is also in the audience today. And fourthly, and probably most importantly, I'm speaking on behalf of my daughter and family and grandchildren who have been residents of Braunton for approximately 20 years and grown up and developed in that area. And the community of Saunton and Saunton Beach is so valuable to everything that they have experienced during their growing up. So there are a number of people I'm speaking about today. I would first like to just raise the point, as was emphasised by the previous speaker, that we're here today to talk about a planning application for the onshore cabling. We are not here today to object to the wind farm, and if I look at all of the various comments that have been made online and by myself and others, almost everyone starts with the basis that we are not opposed to renewable energy. We support renewable energy. We support the concept of wind farms. What we do not support is this plan for the cabling onshore. And so that is clear what we're discussing today. I think that I would really go, my three objections to it are based on the effect on the environment, the effect on the economy, and the effect on the community. On the environment, I think a lot has been said, and I will not say anything further in relation to that, other than just to comment that you've highlighted that Natural England have suddenly produced this week a no objection letter. I think it is worth considering perhaps aspects of that no objection letter, which does specifically say a lack of objection does not mean that there are no significant environmental impacts. So relying on the Natural England letter to say, well, there's no effect on the environment is not correct. On the economics of the region, I do not believe that there has been an appropriate economic assessment. The documentation talks about the effect on the economy. There has only been a desktop review. There is no detailed review of how it will affect Braunton, Saunton and the surrounding area.
Can I please ask you to wind up?
Yeah, I'll try and be very quick. And here I would refer to Saunton Sands Hotel in terms of the effect that this is going to have on their business. I must raise the issue of the golf club and just to ask the committee and the planning officer whether they have received the detailed documentation sent this last week which shows the effect on a golf club in England or in the UK in Carnoustie where the pipes collapsed underneath this drilling technique and they had to dig up the golf club. A dreadful problem in relation to that.
So final point, please.
Final point. I would like to just read to you this. The coastline in North Devon and Torridge stretches for over 60 miles and holds the title of World Surf Reserve, the first in the United Kingdom and only one of 12 in the world. This seeks to protect and enhance the surfing ecosystem and protect the communities that surround these coastal areas from seeing any kind of degradation to their environment and communities. Who wrote this? This is from the North Devon and Torridge Economic Strategy Plan 2020, which I hope therefore you will consider in any rejection of this plan application.
Okay, thank you very much. You next, we have Liz Sorums, please.
Yeah, that's fine. Perfect. Okay. Do I just begin? Okay. Members of the committee, hello, my name is Liz and my background is in biodiversity and ecosystem health. I'm here to object, obviously, and that's because of the factors that are going to affect ecology on site by this proposal. But those are factors of the mind, and I would like to draw your attention to the fact that when you first heard about this application, you may have had a gut reaction. And like many people locally, that gut reaction led to natural questions arising, and that was that surely there is a better route, and there is. And in fact, picking somewhere through farmland, perhaps through a gap in a geological triple SI, such as that available above Westwood Hope, would be a very viable option. It was interesting and maybe questionable today that we heard that Grade 2 listed buildings, of which there's plenty, have a 100-metre buffer according to the maps produced by Whitecross, which has now been reproduced by Andrew today. I contacted whoever gives out that heritage, Historic England, last year to find out if it's natural and common to place on two maps that a 100-metre buffer is desirable when you're replacing infrastructure into an environment. And they said no, and of course not with an underground cable, because that poses no threats to a Grade 2 listed building. It's weird that these things get repeated. That's just one point that's shocked me today. Anyway, more to ecology. You as councillors are representing a site that contains all but one of the highest levels of habitat designations a site can accrue in the UK. If it is protected further, it is likely to be a candidate for future designations. However, designations don't mean a thing if you can't value them, recognise them, or understand what role they play in your economic area. So, nature is mobile. Species need to move about to evade predators, to find a mate, to forage for food. Species have to move for survival. If these works were to go ahead, the current connected habitats get destroyed and they don't come back. Because currently we have interconnected habitats that provide vital corridors between the arable fields, the waterways, through the wetlands of the marsh and into the thick brush and clumps of native and naturally formed hedgerows. These all provide cover for species to travel, forage, nest, shelter and feed. and represent a site that can host a community of diverse plant and animal life that is of now global importance. Lost would be those vital connections between habitats, as over the top of high voltage power cables, no trees or hedges would be permitted to grow. An area previously and currently natural would suddenly appear with a straight man-made line through it. Habitat fragmentation is listed as one of the biggest negative effects of human development. We cut nature off from itself. There is no mitigation offered to this broad-scale habitat effect by Whitecross, and it can't be. It doesn't have to be this way. We merely have to recognise the true value of natural sites and defend them, and simply saying that those sites are off limits. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have Sue Prosper, please. You might want to move right up to the microphone.
Is that better?
Lovely.
I see. Good morning, members. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Love Braunton strongly objects to this proposal because of its route. There are numerous and insurmountable issues that this fraud application raises, yet the applicant, throughout the consultation process, has provided inadequate or no information in respect of key issues, stating that all will be addressed post-consent. Consequently, the case officer is recommending 39 conditions to be attached if you are minded to accept his recommendation to approve. Provision of detailed documentation post-consent to fill the applicant's information gap will not enable full consideration of the proposed mitigation activities by the individual consultative bodies, nor the considerable potential cumulative effects that this onshore proposal will have on the landscape and its ecology. Our concerns, shared by the wider community, have not been addressed by the applicant or the case officer through the consultation process. Consequently, Love Braunton instructed a legal team to submit an objection in respect of the significant outstanding issues. The letter details and focuses on the two fundamental legal problems to determining this application. The RE approach fundamentally undermines a legal decision-making process. And secondly, Natural England has not resolved the information gap, missing data or other HRA concerns necessary to meet the high threshold of certainty required to discharge HRA duties and protected species, and that the officer's report is seriously misleading in the summary of NE's advice. Our legal team's letter details each of the issues and the pertinent case law. We would draw your attention to paragraphs 46 to 50 of this letter that considers the use of conditions to mitigate inadequate or incomplete ecological information. And I quote paragraph 49, "Thus, if the extent and nature of the ecological features which may be affected are not currently known, then it is not possible to conclude with sufficient certainty or beyond reasonable scientific doubt that effective mitigation can be provided, let alone what form that mitigation should take." The inadequacy of the information and its data gaps do not create the certainty that you as decision makers require. As recently as this morning, we have learned that officers appear to have misled the NDC legal officers in the matter of the HRA, an important document whose assessment now appears to have been rushed by Natural England following a late request from NDC officers to them. The HRA only deals with operational impacts and fails to address the construction impacts. This raises the question as to whether it is lawfully adequate. We urge members to reject the officer's advice and recommendation. This application must be refused so as to avoid potential legal challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next can we have Helen Cooper, please.
Hello. Chair, Committee. I'm Helen Cooper and started the Pro-Renewable Save Our Sands Facebook group, which opposes this application, has 1,300 members, a petition of 3,837 names, and I'm here today to represent them. Today you've heard a lot of promises that this plan is a good idea, maybe even a great idea. Supply chain benefits, jobs, etc. We disagree. The reality is, White Cross has missed many chances to work constructively with our community and instead seems to have focused its energy on seducing foreign investors and academic communities, rather than the real people whose lives, jobs and businesses will be severely impacted. A copy and paste application was created by them from their desks in Scotland, rather than them embedding themselves in the area and connecting with us sincerely. Because of this, they were oblivious to the fact that we have a vibrant surf community which substantially contributes to the local economy. They discovered this from a local surfer after they'd created their application. How do I know that? Because that surfer's a friend of mine. But why didn't they know that? Why hadn't they done their research? Had they simply looked at a map, put a pin in it and thought, oh, that's a nice long sandy beach, let's land there. And then decided to back up the choice by looking at ridiculous routes like landing in the middle of Woolacombe, just to tick boxes. Do they think we're that stupid? When they were asked what effect the cables would have on the world-famous Saunton longboarding wave, why, then, did they commission a report not on the cables coming to shore, but on the turbines, 52 kilometres away? Were they trying to distract attention away from the very, very real threat of cable re-emergence? Did they take us all for fools? And on that note, this is an ad-lib, there's a very, very big difference between a data cable, which is an inert, not heat-producing minor cable, and a very big heat-producing, electromagnetic field-producing electricity cable. So that's just to put that one to bed. The Crown Estate lease the seabed and state that the community involvement is key. I don't describe our experience as tick box. The developers have so very much to gain from this proposal. Global reach in the market, we get it. We've got nothing to gain, everything to lose. All the time, energy and commitment we've given trying to stop this proposal is simply because we recognise how incredibly valuable this environment and irreplaceable habitat is. We can't promise a bright new future, but what we can promise is that what we have here already is worth fighting for and saving. Please understand your place in history. If you approve this application, you run the risk of being on the wrong side of it. Marine Conservation Zone, World Surf Reserve, UNESCO Biosphere, SSSI, SAC, AOMB, Heritage Coast, Braunton Marshes. This is just a few. This alphabet soup must stand for something.
Can I ask you to wind up, please?
Yes. In what world does it make any sort of sense to damage and disrupt such a highly designated area? Not in our world, that's for sure, and we're doing what we can to protect it. You all have the chance to be on the right side of history, represent your communities who have been so badly let down. Yes, we agree we must decarbonise, but not at any price. The Occam's razor theory means that the simplest answer is usually the right one. Please use it today. Stand up for Saunton, save our sands, refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have two speakers from the applicant. First, Al Raya, please. So just to correct that, I have you down as the applicant.
Yes.
Yeah,
Sorry.
thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Okay. Hello and good afternoon. Thank you for having me today. I'm Alistair Rayner, the Project Director for the White Cross Project. The UK Government has set ambitious targets to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 and installing 50 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030. Meeting these goals is vital for our long-term energy security and environmental sustainability. The Celtic Sea is blessed with excellent wind resources, but its deep waters are unsuitable for conventional technologies, as has been mentioned before. Floating wind is an emerging technology that can unlock clean energy from these deeper waters. The White Cross will demonstrate the viability of floating wind in the Celtic Sea. This is essential to attract future investment to the region and accelerate the UK's transition away from polluting fossil fuels. It will also play a key role in building a regional supply chain while delivering enough clean power for 135,000 new homes. That's more than 3 times the population of North Devon. As a responsible developer, we care deeply about protecting the local environments, including Salton Sands and Braunton boroughs. We've worked hard to understand and ensure our proposals work with and are sensitive to these concerns. While some short-term temporary disruption is unavoidable, we've taken clear steps to minimise impacts during construction. These include carefully planning cable installation to avoid interactions with rare and important habitats and species, as well as the SAC and the SSSI, minimising car park usage, reducing traffic, maintaining uninterrupted access to Salton Sands Beach, and ensuring that the cable will be fully buried and hidden along its entire route once installed. Indeed, there are 2 telecommunication cables which come ashore right by our cable right now. We also commit to a net gain in biodiversity and more than £500,000 in community benefit funding to support local and regional initiatives. The potential economic benefits are substantial. White Cross will inject 153 million into the local economy and a further 206 million across the UK during construction. It will support over 300 construction jobs in the southwest and 900 more nationwide. North Devon ports in Appledore and Ilfracombe are ideally located to provide long-term operational support post-construction. Furthermore, a study commissioned by the Crown Estate predicts that floating wind in the Celtic Sea could create up to 5,300 new jobs and contribute £1.4 billion to the economy through that ongoing leasing round. The opportunity here is absolutely enormous. The UK is leading the world in floating wind. White Cross is pivotal in delivering the next chapter, and it can help and it can happen right here in North Devon. I hope you will heed the Planning Officer's recommendation and support this locally and nationally important project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next we have Tim Carter, the agent.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? My name is Tim Carter.
I think you might put the microphone up
a bit higher. Is that okay? My name is Tim Carter and I'm an Associate Director with Atkins Realis, and we're an environmental consulting firm that have been involved with the planning work for White Cross and also contributed to the environmental impact assessment. As a project team, we're very aware that this project is in a sensitive area with a range of environmental constraints. And our challenge, both personal and professional, has been to ensure that impacts are minimised. And I wanted to set out today the process that we've been through to reassure the committee and the local community that environmental issues have been fully considered. For ecological constraints, the key principle has been the mitigation hierarchy, i.e. looking at avoiding impacts where possible, and that's been done through route selection in terms of optimising the route, the timing of work to avoid sensitive time periods, and also methods of construction, so directional drilling or underground techniques which avoid disturbance to on-surface habitats.
Where this has not been possible, those residual impacts have been minimised. Development of the scheme has been informed by a comprehensive suite of desk study and surveys. The process has involved considerable route optioneering and refinement to minimise effects, both to address concerns of stakeholders and also statutory consultees like Natural England Environment Agency. The proposed cable route has been developed to avoid direct impacts on key constraints like Saunton Sands and Broughton Burrows, as well as adjacent sites on Broughton Marsh to the rear of those sites. In the most sensitive parts of the route, we've used those techniques that we heard about earlier, the horizontal directional drilling, to avoid constraints. And things like programming to outside sensitive periods for overwintering birds, for instance, for the main crossing. The key areas include the area under the sand dunes, the area under the golf course, and indeed some of the minor watercourse crossings. But the main crossing of the River Tor, that would be done through a technique which avoids impact to the estuary itself. Mitigation to minimise impacts on bats has included the use of temporary fencing to re-establish connections in terms of hedgerow movement, and also measures to restrict the spill of lighting. And methods we have proposed to protect great crested newts have been discussed and agreed with Natural England specialists, and they're in agreement that is appropriate.
If I can ask you to wind up, please.
Yes, will do. In relation to traffic and parking, we've heard the discussion about the management of that through a construction traffic management plan, and that would be conditioned. The mitigation measures that are set out in the environmental statement will be delivered and monitored through the construction environmental management plan and the landscape and ecological mitigation plan. Overall, I believe the scheme has been well considered. The team has gone to great lengths to ensure the route is optimised and potential impacts are avoided or minimised. This is supported by the officer's recommendation, and therefore I hope that you will also support the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have three ward councillors, starting with Councillor Prue Maskell, please.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. There seems to be do we go with what, from an economic point of view, do we go with potential benefits for the future, or do we look at the economy that we have now? Hospitality makes up almost half of all local employment in this area and is one of our largest industries. In North Devon Council's economic report for the parish, it states that our economy relies on tourism. People choose to live and work here because of the local environment. This application proposes to carry out works that will impact upon a number of businesses surrounding Saunton Beach, businesses which employ large numbers of local people and which will bring large numbers of visitors to the area, contributing large sums of money to the local economy. Saunton Sands Hotel overlooks the beach and has a popular terrace and outdoor swimming pool, which will be impacted by the noise of construction traffic and the drilling below. They directly employ 160 staff and use local suppliers. They bring around 30,000 guests to the area per year, and their turnover is around 11.5 million annually. Saunton Beach Villas brings around 4,000 visitors per year, and they employ a number of local people on permanent contracts, not seasonal ones. Saunton Golf Club attracts around 6,000 people to the golf course each year. Many of them stay in local accommodation in Braunton, Saunton and Croydon and spend money in local restaurants and pubs. Local businesses have already reported a drop in bookings this year. We had awful weather last year and prices have gone up. Supplies costs have risen. This construction work will impact on tourism. If you've paid to take a villa near the beach or a room in the hotel, or if you've come to enjoy the golf course, you may well decide to take your business elsewhere. Or if you come and your enjoyment of your holiday is spoiled, you will leave a bad review and take your custom elsewhere in future. Reputations take years to build and can be destroyed very quickly. There are also a number of small businesses in the car park itself, surf school, cafe, beach shop, etc. And they rely on people being able to come to the beach and spend their money. There's the Surf Lifesaving Club relies on its members being able to get there and park with their equipment. I know that there is a bus service proposed, but you're not going to be allowed to bring surfboards on the buses. So that's not going to really help those people. The neighbourhood plan talks about the adoption of renewable energy having no unacceptable impact on the enjoyment of the landscape through noise, vibration or visual impact. I would argue that this application will very much impact on people's ability to enjoy the landscape, and possibly for a longer period of time than is acknowledged in this report. And I would also query that this project will bring jobs to this actual local area, and predict that it could potentially damage the businesses which do employ local people, use local suppliers and support the local economy, and would urge this committee to consider this when making a decision today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Councillor Frank Bingham.
Thank you, Chair. Members, officers, I've got to start by making a bit of a statement. I'm here as the ward member for Flemington and Yelland at North Devon Council and the County Councillor for Flemington Rural. But I've also been asked to represent Ian Roon, MP, who has commitments in Westminster today. I will be reporting back to him, but as you will be aware, an MP cannot influence or get involved in a planning decision. So it's only for information that I'm here for Ian. So my comments are solely as the ward member for Flemington Ward and not necessarily the views of Ian. I will also be keeping my comments mostly to the impact on the parishes of Flemington and Instow, as the Broughton ward member has clearly just done, will represent the Broughton Saunton side, and I guess somebody after me. I'm broadly in favour of this scheme, as there are clear benefits, which you have heard. But I do have concerns for the impact on residents, businesses and the ecology that I know you will consider when balancing the gain versus their harm. There are clear gains and there is clear harm for you to balance, as well as applying policy. We have heard very strong and excellent representations from both sides. So my comments are mostly around conditions and enforcement. Traffic management plans are great, and as members, you'll have all dealt with them in your wards. But when problems arise later, we all know the problems that we face. You know, well, it's not really in the interest of the council and the scheme, everything else. So it really does concern me that those conditions are not really tight at this stage, and whether we do have the capacity within the council to enforce them. So that's where I'm really coming from for you, because I think that's where the biggest impact will be. In Flemington, Bickington, Yelland, you'll all be aware of that corridor and the impact that traffic has. If we get a lorry driver that decides that he's going to set off from wherever in the world he sets off from with his sat-nav set up, will he really, or she I should say, will he really, will they really worry if they spent 18, 20, 24 hours travelling, they get to the edge of Barnstaple at 6:30, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, really sit somewhere on the lay-by and wait for 3 or 4 hours until their time ticks over to come on through. So that's a real concern of mine. I think, I've talked about the bus service. I was intrigued to read about the bus service, but I think it's another example of where the concerns should be alarmed, because there is no detail around it. Is it one bus a week? Is it 5 or 6 buses a day? What is it? Because there's a clear impact on businesses, And you know, those businesses will for certain employ people that live in my division and will be impacted if jobs go. So, you know, I think the bus service idea is a good idea because of the loss of all that parking in Staunton. But clearly there are an awful lot of successful businesses in and around that Staunton area, Braunton even, that rely on this. So I think, again, there's nothing in here that details what it's going to be, how much it's going to be. It could, you know, if it is 6 or 7 times a day, it could actually increase visitor numbers for some of the business, but obviously I'm aware of what the accommodation providers have said. Is there any compensation for businesses? I might have missed it in the report, but I'll fly that in there. I was sort of looking through for compensation for businesses. Then there's the Instow Cricket Club area, the Sandhills car park. You know, is there a firm commitment of reinstatement of the road to the cricket club? You know, to me it should be similar to that of Saltton Beach car park. And I think both should actually be enhanced rather than just saying that it will be, you know, if you want to get a gain against harm, if you were to be minded to improve, I'd rather see it be enhanced, not brought back to the standard it was now. There will be a clear, those chalets in the Instow car park are literally adjacent to the access road. So again, you know, they are only chalets, they are permanent residents, you know, lorries, etc., going right past their windows and doors. Some are businesses again, you know, again, very much like was outlined by Prue, my previous speaker. There will be an impact on those businesses. So I think I'll wrap up there, because I think giving a flavour of how I feel is the tightness and details of the scheme that most concerns me. If you are minded to approve, so I ask that those conditions are tied to at this point, or if it, I mean, I appreciate it's really difficult, but obviously I think as ward members, I think we ought to be kept very tightly involved. And I also think if we're not happy as ward members on either side of the estuary, that we have some sort of ability to bring it back to you if we become worried by the conditions. So personally, I'd rather have the tightness of the conditions as you make the decision today. But if we can't get there, at least give the ward members that ability to be able to come back to you, to speak to you, and for you to understand the issues and concerns. Because I've been here before, and I think once a decision is made, it gets really, really difficult to hold developers to account and make sure that the public businesses, ecology, the whole lot that's involved here are protected. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much. Before we come to Councillor Malcolm Wilkinson, I need to go to the committee. We have reached 3 hours, or about to reach 3 hours, so can I just have everyone's hand up that we continue, and then after Councillor Wilkinson we will have another brief comfort break. So all in favour to continue? Thank you. So Councillor Malcolm Wilkinson, I believe you are here.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. One of the very few beauties of going last is that everything's been said. Can I just say I'm here really representing my own ward, but I'm also representing North Devon Council as the lead member for coastal communities. And one of my jobs is to represent the communities, and this is why I'm here. Firstly, we would be very blind, it's been said already, we'd be very blind to not recognise the fact that we are in a stage of climate change. We have to look at alternative energy. And certainly, as several of the speakers said earlier on, we're fully in favour of the concept of the White Cross wind farm. It will bring an awful lot of good to our area, but this isn't an application for the wind farm, this is the application for the route of the cable. So I'm just going to, without repeating too much, just remind you of some of the points of concern that have been raised. The environmental damage. within UNESCO Biosphere Reserve, the 5 environmentally designated sites, the severe effect it could have on tourism, not just with the construction period, but also afterwards. The real concern for me is the re-emergence of the cable. I'm not convinced. I know some mitigation procedures have been taken, that they've now lowered it, but it was originally designated to be 1.5 metres deep. I believe it's going deeper now. But where I live in Woolacombe, we frequently see the re-emergence of World War II defence barriers that were put up for the training of the American troops. But ironically, here we are celebrating this week VE Day. But they do come. But the beach huts frequently get washed out, taken away. The wave is a very, very powerful beast. And I am still not convinced that the mitigation that's going on will not allow the cables to come up, to re-emerge. And certainly the concrete that some of them are being anchored down with could have an effect upon the seabed structure, which inevitably could change the formation of the waves. And this is something that's very dear to me with the recent designation of North Devon as one of the World Surfing Heritage Sites. So basically, all I'm saying is take on board all of the considerations, all of the concerns that have been put to you when you're doing your deliberations, and I know you will, because this is why you're here, and think quite seriously about the potential damage that this could cause by the cable. Surely there must be another route that could be considered that would alleviate all of the problems that are facing us under this current scheme. Thank you, members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. If I could remind members of the public that that is the end of the public participation. And going forward, I'll be very grateful if you allow the deliberations, the questions and the members to debate without interruption. So thank you in advance for that. Thank you very much for all the speakers, the time, the effort, the detail and the passion of which you have all spoken. It's very helpful. I am actually going to call an adjournment just for 5 minutes to have another comfort break, and then we should be able to be clear to come back to the office of questions and see the meeting through to the end. So 5 minutes. Presentations and for the speakers. Thank you. It's a chance for our officer to pick up on some of the points raised if he chooses to do so. There was a lot of points raised. I've made a note of a couple of them. I've seen you have pretty extensive notes, but one of them was a lighting condition, and perhaps some explanation of the Rochdale envelope and the national significance or not. Proximity to listed buildings. If you can add anything on the proximity in very local impacts and tourism. And then about conditions and enforcement, I think Councillor Beaman raised that as an issue that I think concerns all councillors. It's all very well us approving or not. Actually instigating enforcement is not necessarily an easy process, and it's certainly something that we would be happy to be monitored and helped along with. So if I can hand back to you to cover some of those points, it would be appreciated.
Thank you, Chairman. There we go. Right.
Well, I was going to comment on the Rochdale envelope and also the HRA, but I'll probably just pick up on one issue first if I can. Firstly, you mentioned lighting. Lighting actually has been quite a significant issue that's raised in the application, particularly in relation to impact on wildlife. It is one of those areas that will be covered by the principle of the Rochdale envelope. There are concerns, particularly about the impact on wildlife, and especially in relation to bats, which is one of the key issues in relation to bats. Because of the principle of the application of the Rochdale envelope, it is one of those issues that the way in which it's proposed to deal with it is that there'll be a condition which reserves the submission of a lighting strategy, which will secure greater detail in terms of what lighting is actually being proposed. But as one of the points that was made by the speakers for the applicant, that in part the approach to lighting has been driven by the mitigation hierarchy, so you try and address the issues essentially in terms of the design of the project. One of the things that then raises is the need for lighting in the first place. So, as I mentioned to you, one of the things they're proposing to do, particularly in relation to the impact on bats and wildlife, is to actually not work essentially outside of daylight hours, which is actually probably the best thing you could achieve in the first place as far as possible, particularly along the cable route. And there is the condition that includes restriction on working on the cable route to the daytime only. It's a slightly different situation at the substation, but you don't have the same issue there in relation to the particular sensitivity about that. So there will still be some lighting, but it will be subject to a condition requiring the submission of the lighting strategy. I'll come on to the Rochdale envelope issue next. I think there's been, I think this was raised by Braunton, wasn't it, I think? We've had a late submission, particularly in relation to this issue. The way, and I think it raises the representation that's been made, has particularly raised the issue is whether or not it is appropriate to apply the Rochdale envelope in this particular case, and I think the speaker actually made that point very openly. When you submit when you go through the application and read it, it's very clear that that is the intention and that it applies right across the project. The entire environmental statement sets out, it defines from the very beginning the application of the Rochdale envelope, and the description of the development all the way through sets out that in relation to the Rochdale envelope, the parameters that will apply to each element of it, and I've included those in the report for you so you can actually see them, is what those parameters are in relation to each section of the project effectively. So there's no doubt at all in the application that that is the intention, that it is being made under the principle of the Rochdale envelope for the entirety of the project, including the cable corridor and the substation. From a legal point of view, and others may want to comment on this, I don't think we as officers, we're in no doubt at all that the principle can apply in this case. It is something that was originally born out of a bit of case law that wasn't related to nationally significant infrastructure projects. It was actually a planning application that was dealt with by Rochdale Borough Council, which is where the name of the principle actually comes from. So certainly the opposite view is that we're in no doubt that the application can be made under the principle of Rochdale envelope. Next, you raised the issue of proximity to listed buildings. I do address this point in the report, and as I've set out in the report, where you have development that affects, in this particular case, it's the setting of the listed buildings, because there's no direct impacts to the listed buildings, but there are indirect impacts where you're affecting the setting. And where that is the case, as I've set out in the report, you have to do a balancing exercise in paragraph 215 of the NPPF, where you have to look at the benefits of the development, and essentially you're doing a weighing exercise, and you have to say, do the benefits outweigh the harm? And that's essentially what the report is set out here. So obviously, in the context of this application, the thing you need to consider in terms of those benefits, in terms of the contribution of the infrastructure and support of the wind farm in relation to dealing with climate change, do those outweigh the impacts on the setting of the listed building? You'll see there are a number of comments there, both from Historic England, from the Council's own
conservation officer, and also from the Gardens Trust, where although each of them identified that yes, to some extent there are impacts, they're relatively short term, and there's no overriding objection from any of the historic environment consultees. So I don't think that the advice to you is actually it's not too difficult an argument in terms of that balancing exercise. Nevertheless, you do have to go through that process and come to a view in determining the application that there are benefits there that outweigh the impacts on the significance of the heritage assets involved. Sorry, the next one was... Oh, right, yeah. Yes, I was going to bring this point up in terms of the impacts on tourism, and particularly the economic impacts. And we have the speaker who has the others at Salt and Sands. There is an assessment included in the application that looks at the impacts on the economy and tourism that I've set out in the report. It's a fairly generalised level of assessment, and it doesn't look at individual businesses. Clearly there is a concern here, and I can fully understand it, particularly on the businesses in Salt and Sands, as to what impact it will have on them, and particularly the impacts on the financial impacts on their businesses. It is an area where, in itself, we can't use the planning the planning process to secure, for example, financial compensation. We can't use the planning process to do that because it's not in itself a planning issue. It's an issue of financial impact. But that's not to say that White Cross themselves shouldn't be entering or couldn't enter into agreements with the businesses of Salt and Sands. I believe they have been in dialogue with them, but it's not something that we ourselves can directly get involved with in terms of requiring any kind of financial provision or arrangement between the councillors, between White Cross and the owners of those businesses. It's not something we can use the planning process to do. So, whilst very understandably, there might be a lot of empathy for the argument that's put there, it's not something we can use the planning process to secure. And then I think you raised the issue of enforcement. Again, we heard from the local members on this point. This is an area where we need to be a little bit careful as the planning authority, because whilst there are always issues about, and I hear this at so many planning committees where there maybe is a desire to approve an application, but there's that wariness about how far can we actually go in terms of enforcement, and can we do it effectively. We can't use that in itself for a reason to justify refusal of an application. It's an issue about essentially the resource and the ability to enforce, as opposed to, is there an issue there that's raised by the application that we can't write conditions about that we can enforce, if you can see the difference. So if we're satisfied that yes, we can make a development acceptable by imposing conditions, then that's the basis upon which we can approve an application. But what we can't do is get into a debate about the level of enforcement and how we enforce. That's not a reason for refusing the application. So we need to tread slightly carefully around that issue.
Thank you, members. Just for the chair, I'll come back a little bit in regards to conditions. Obviously, in terms of, there are a lot of planning conditions that are subject to this recommendation. Generally we don't like a lot of conditions, but obviously this is a complex application, so that they justify that level and number of conditions. There are also a lot of pre-commencement commissions, so actually works can't happen without some informational supporting evidence being submitted. And a lot of those pre-commencement conditions will be from technical consultees that to discharge those conditions we will also work very closely with. And just in terms of kind of the MPPF test for conditions, obviously there has to be necessary, relevant, enforceable, precise and reasonable in relation to the development. And also approved by us by local planning authorities. So I think there was a construction management plan that was needing to be submitted. We do work with the Highway Authority and Environmental Health. Just and equally, I know Councillor Beadman was asking with the ward member, we also do, when it's necessary, work with ward members to ensure that the construction management plan is robust and is actually going to work for local people. So I just kind of wanted to give you a little bit of reassurance around that. And obviously in terms of, as Andrew quite rightly said, just, you know, in terms of that enforceable, that's not, you know, you're very experienced members, it's not reason for refusal. Since I've been back, probably since 2022, we definitely have now a really robust enforcement team who go out, you know, the same day if there's a priority one case. And, you know, I just want to say that there is that confidence that we have that enforcement team, that if, you know, work started without adequately discharging those pre-commencement conditions, we certainly have been serving breach of condition notices that have gone through the courts, and hopefully you would see that in terms of kind of social media, that actually hopefully that gives you a confidence in terms of our resource and enforcement to be able to manage this complex application.
If I can just add to that, Chairman, the application is unusual because it uses the Rochdale envelope in terms of the number of conditions. As Tracy said, there'd be pre-commencement conditions where there's the submission. I mean, not just in terms of minor details of the way that you'll see in a lot of the applications you're used to seeing in the committee, but in terms of the submission of mitigation strategies as part of the, you know, in response to the environmental impact assessment. So they do, in many ways, reserve a lot of detail, far more so than you would have in most applications, where I think it would probably be not inappropriate to, you know, I think we'd be envisaging a level of consultation, but potentially also with the local community in the way we wouldn't normally do, where you're only looking at some relatively minor details on a development. So, because there are some fairly fundamental things that are being reserved by condition here. So, I'd like to think that could provide some additional reassurance both to councillors and to the local community that there would be that opportunity to actually look in more detail at what is submitted in compliance with the conditions that are recommended.
Thank you. I'm not sure what else you put on your list, but I did have buses, surfboards, and depth of cable that was raised by Councillor Wilkinson. I think the depth of the cable, as I understand, is 3 metres. I'm sure there's a minimum and a maximum on that, but if you can clarify that. And the bus, details of the bus. Thank you.
I'll pick up the bus service first. I think the comment that was made, you know, that the detail there in terms of what's actually proposed by way of the bus service is correct insofar as that detail has yet to be fully agreed. The intention is that there would be a financial contribution made, not to provide an additional bus service, but provide an enhanced bus service for the duration of the works at Saunton Sands. I don't think it's actually correct to say that buses wouldn't take surfboards. I don't think that's a level of detail that has actually been brought up. I don't know what the answer to that will be at the moment, but I certainly don't think that's a restriction that's necessarily been identified as being there. But it's certainly something right across I think one to take away and have a look at in their discussions. It's an issue I know there have been in discussion in some depth with the Devon County Council, albeit anticipated that the bus operator would be a third-party bus operator. So, yes, I think the comments were correct. We don't really know the detail yet, but that's one of the things we would want to secure as part of the sectional license agreement. The cable depth, yeah, this is quite a key issue, and it's certainly been one on which there's been a lot of discussion between the applicant themselves, the Environment Agency and Natural England. The cable depth, the figures I think have been quoted to you today are all broadly correct, but it would in all likelihood be, so what we're talking about is the cable depth where the cable comes ashore at Saunton Sands Beach, and the cable depth would be between, at the moment it looks like between 1.5 and 3 metres. That depth is not absolutely fixed at this stage, and it is dependent on further updated cable burial risk assessment being undertaken, which takes into account at the time the assessment was undertaken the guidance that there is in relation to its flood risk in relation to climate change, which would inform that assessment, and its guidance that's a little bit of a moving feast. But essentially what the condition we've recommended says is that, and this has to be agreed before the development can actually take place, is that the cable will be buried at a depth of between 1.5 and 3 metres. But a reliable cable burial risk assessment has to demonstrate that whatever that depth is, whether it's 1.5 or it's 3, is actually going to be sufficient to ensure that there isn't a risk of the cable being uncovered.
Okay, unless there's anything else you wanted to come back to at this stage? Just one matter?
One other issue, if I can. The issue of the HRA was brought up, and the scope of the HRA. It's not been a quick exercise. What the council has done here is we've employed a dedicated consultant to do an HRA for us. That has been quite an extensive exercise over the past 6 months. And yes, whilst naturally they've very recently come back and given us a final answer on it, they have ultimately advised that they consider the HRA and the conclusions of the HRA to be acceptable. Yes, of course, they do identify that there are environmental issues there that the council's got to be satisfied that they can resolve, but that's quite correct, because at the end of the day, they're acknowledging that it's the council's decision on the planning application and not Natural England's, but their conclusion is, and they're quite clear about it, they don't have an objection, and they do agree with the conclusion of the HRA, and have not objected to it.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we move to questions from members. So I've got my pen ready. Councillor Maddox first, and then Councillor Weaver.
Yeah, 2 questions. One is, why is the 106 money being agreed afterwards rather than before?
Yeah. Which money in particular are we talking about?
The money that the White Cross, with the planning application, if they get planning, that they'll be given to community projects and that sort of thing.
I think the answer to that is because the fine details of the agreement have still yet to be concluded between those involved. I think is probably the most honest answer I can give.
But we've had a couple of years to sort of get towards that. And surely having it before gives us the strength to and the knowledge of how much they're budgeting towards that.
Well, the figures that are involved in the 106, there's a figure essentially related to bus service provision, and that's the key part of that. And obviously, until we know what that bus service is going to involve, then it's difficult to define what that figure is actually going to be. So
106 would normally be more than just bus service.
Yeah, I mean, there are other elements here. There's a TRO contribution to that's a fairly standard kind of cost, because that's essentially funding the process of securing the TRO. But that's a relatively known figure. So
it would have been good for us today to have had that.
Sure, I appreciate that. I'm not defending or anything. We are where we are, unfortunately.
And my other question is, with the biosphere having the money taken away now, because they're doing it during the summer rather than in the winter when you've got overwintering birds. What is the difference between winter, spring, summer for the birds? You've got the nesting season, you've got the birds that come from other countries to here. What's the difference in importance between that for the money for the biosphere? That's why I worry about the 106 money that's not been agreed yet, is they've already taken away something that they said they were going to give.
Yeah, I mean, they've taken away that funding precisely because they've come up with alternative mitigation. I mean, I'm not sure that in itself they're necessarily not going to work with the biosphere, because my understanding is that they have had that dialogue with the biosphere, and they've yet, and it's one of the things that will be conditional with the 106, is that they will have to submit a BNG plan and all the monitoring that goes with, and the details of all the monitoring that goes with that. And it may well be that as a result of that, they do actually still make a contribution. That's something that's still got to be worked out.
So they take it away and then give it back?
Well, that may well be the case. I do understand there's been that dialogue between the Biosphere and White Cross, and I think there's certainly, as I understand it from the Biosphere, a willingness, and they've said it in their submissions, that they're quite happy to work with White Cross. So Quite how that will pan out, I don't yet know, but I think that there's agreement there by both the biosphere and Whitecross that there's a mechanism there for the community. However, the mechanics of that are actually worked out and potentially the financial costs.
Thank you. Just members, as we're taking the microphone, there's no obligation to stand up. We can hear you, and that's fine. Thank you. I'm not sure if Ken Miles wants to come back at this point or in a few moments.
Question of clarification, actually, from Councillor Maddox. When you're referring to the Section 106 contributions that the community get, I think you said, are you referring to the contributions set out by the planning officer, or are you referring to the dowry that's often given to a community as part of national infrastructure projects? If that's the case, then that's completely outside the planning process and nothing to do with your determinations there.
So with the 106, would there still be? So coming back to the 106 that you'll ask for through the planning application, you're still working on that?
The 106 agreement wouldn't cover the community dowry that we're talking about. That's not part of the planning process whatsoever. The planning officer has outlined what the 106 contributions are going to cover, and that's in the main the bus contribution and the traffic TRO provision, and that's it. The other stuff that you're talking about, that dowry, is absolutely nothing to do with the planning process and shouldn't be taken into account as part of your decision making.
So how does that work then when you get, or you used to get open space money from 106 money from building?
You would only get those types of contributions if it was necessary as a result of the planning application. And that would be highlighted in your report. I'm sure the planning officer will confirm that those contributions aren't being sought in this particular case because there isn't a need to do so.
Officer, would you like to come back in on that?
I was just going to make the same point that Ken made there. This is an area, what we're talking about here is where, and this is common for wind farm projects, and I work on them all over the UK, and it's in Scotland, for example, there's now basically a standard contribution that the Scottish Government requires for wind farms, but it sits completely outside the planning process, and it's because you can only impose a requirement either through conditions or through Section 106 to the extent that it's necessary to make a development acceptable. And this kind of contribution doesn't fall within that definition. So although they're actually secured, they're not secured through the planning process, even though they're secured concurrently. So that it's essentially it's open to the developer to make that provision, but it won't be secured through the planning provision.
Sorry, I'm going to just come back further on that point, just in terms of Section 106 agreement, just so we're really clear in terms of Reg 122, in terms of SIL regs, it being reasonable and relevant to the development. So as you'll see set out on page 204, that is what Section 106 is seeking. So the biodiversity net gain plan and the bus service contribution, obviously we will work with Devon County Council in terms of knowing that figure, in terms of that bus service, and also a TRA, which I think is £10,000, just off the top of my head. And also there's other issues in terms of consent for discharge of surplus water from the landowner. So it's not a negotiation in terms of what can they give us in the Section 106. It's really clear in terms of the SILS regs, it has to be relevant and proportionate in regards to that development. So it's not like a barter kind of system, that's not how it works. And equally in terms of the M10 for green infrastructure, which I think you're looking at in terms of public open space, obviously you'll be familiar with residential development over 3 dwellings. That would obviously seek to have some public open space either on site or off site. Obviously this isn't part of this proposal and the M10 wouldn't be relevant here. So just to kind of clear up any of that kind of confusion.
Thank you. Councillor Lever.
Thank you, Chair. So, going through this report, I had however many questions it was, a whole bunch of different questions about the conditions particularly. Now, listening very carefully and rereading as we go, quite a few of those have been answered, but I do have one or two that I'd just like to seek clarification on, please. So if I look at condition 11, which is on page 211, which is about the onshore export cable corridor construction working hours. Again, that slips off the tongue, doesn't it? And I look at the table, and clearly this feels to me like it's mitigation to reduce impact, particularly on bats and others. So the paragraph underneath the table, it talks about that these times have been set at the nearest half hour within that time period. And I just wanted to seek clarification about the nearest half hour to daytime or nearest half hour to nighttime, because in my view I would like to give the benefit of doubt to bats rather than constructions. And just the second one, which is a tiny little one, which is, oh maybe not so tiny, I don't know, on condition 20, it talks about sort of some circumstances in which 24-hour lighting may be needed, and clearly that is, I really wanted to ask, in what circumstances, what kind of emergencies, or is it only in emergencies that 24-hour lighting might be needed? Thank you.
The first question is actually a very, very good question, actually, I have to say. I think I said earlier that the condition number 11 has very much been drawn up with a view to the impact on bats, rate of horseshoe bats. And the idea is that it restricts working on the cable corridor to daylight hours, essentially. We had a lot of discussion with Michaels about how to actually define this condition. Because you'll probably be aware, if you all look at your mobile phones, that you've probably got the app on your phone that tells you what time sunset and sunrise is each day. If you've ever looked at that, you'll notice that it changes by about 1 to 2 minutes per day. So honestly, if we're looking at the period of sunset in the evenings, then as we go through the year, you get sort of 1 or 2 minutes less daylight each day. Which we'd had this, I have to say, it's always a rather strange discussion, but you know, we can understand where it went in terms of how on earth do we actually phrase a condition that says only working during daylight hours, because it's not specific enough to simply write only during daylight hours, because you don't know what that actually means. So what was drawn up, what the way that condition has been framed, is it looks at, for each month of the year, what the I think the way it's been drawn up is it looks at what's the earliest dusk time in the evening, let me put it like that, and then it's added an additional margin of half an hour earlier. I'm looking towards White Crossing because I can't believe that's the way it was framed. Yes, they're not doing that. So what it's done is it's taken essentially the earliest dusk time and taken off half an hour in front of that, so that we've got an extra buffer. So that the additional half an hour is an additional half an hour buffer to make sure we don't drift over into that time. Because I'm sure all of you have seen it, you can stand outside just as it's coming into dusk, and you've probably all seen bats flying around because they get particularly active at that time. The rate of washing bats is a particularly sensitive issue. So that's the way that condition is constructed, and that's what that condition means. Okay.
Councillor Lever, did you come back on that?
Yeah, thank you. That's really helpful. I have in past lives worked on making sure there's approval for funding to support the roosting sites of greater horseshoe bats, and we are extremely lucky to have them in this area. That does give me the reassurance on that, because as I say, let's work in favour, give the benefit of the doubt to the bats. The other one was just about question 20, about, I don't know if this is just a standard kind of, in response to this kind of limitation, what that 24-hour lighting, what the circumstances might be, how foreseeable or not is that?
It's a slightly different question to answer, because if you actually read the condition, the whole idea is to actually define what those circumstances would be. You know, essentially when you get into that kind of 24-hour working, it really is only when it's actually essential, ideally only for emergencies, but it will be one of those things we'll have to have that discussion with them, because clearly, you know, we don't want working at night unless absolutely necessary. So.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lever. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, could you have a look at page 151, the table in 6.12? I just want to seek clarification as to what should be written on the bottom line because it's been cut off.
ID 11, I think it is.
Yeah,
link ID.
and other parts of that table link to ID 11, so...
I can't help you there because it's also cut off on my page.
Yes, I can't help because I don't have the original copy here in front of me, unfortunately. But it is set out in the document.
Because it's not on the public document either, because I thought it was because I was reading the public document. Thank you. And my actual question, rather than that one, is the horizontal drilling which is going to go on underneath the golf club. Do we know roughly how long that's going to take? How many hours per day roughly would that take, or is that just included in the construction management plan?
I think, I can't remember what the period for that is. I'm looking at White Cross here. Was it as much as a year for that? I don't think it was.
Through the chair, I don't know, going for
White Cross, just to clarify?
A technical,
just purely a factual answer.
Yeah, a factual answer, please.
About 9 months.
9 months is your answer.
That element of the drilling would be covered by the condition that restricts the activities to the daytime.
Yeah, that's lovely, thank you.
So, Councillor Lane. Sorry, clear the other side of the room. Oh no, you've got one there. There you go. Councillor Lane. If you're ready.
Sorry, Chairman, I'm just falling asleep by spending all the time reading the report last night and for the day before, actually. Anyway, can I just have some clarity on some of the points and just give it a bit of where we're going with this? The officer actually made a comment just now that they got a figure for the bus service provision. I'm just wondering, is that quite what you said?
No, I said we haven't actually got a figure at the moment.
Okay, you haven't got it. Okay, thank you. Can you please clarify the time period of the works? Because on page 83 it says 28 months, because I think originally it was 28 months. It says there 18 months and 16 months, so I don't know how that adds up to 28 months, but there you go. That's one point. Page 85, top says 12 months, in actual fact is 16, so there's your 28. On page 93, it's talking about 1 kilometre per 4 weeks. Now, that's probably talking about 1,000 metres. Now, there was just a comment made taking 9 months to go across the golf course. Was that 9 months to complete the work? Because, Chairman, I believe it may have been mentioned 12 months total to carry out the work totally. It may give some reassurance to residents with the time. Can you actually clarify how long this project is going to take?
I think the project in total, I mean, there are slightly right across here, if I'm speaking from memory, I think it's about 28 months in total. But there is a split, because they split the programme between the time of construction for the cable route itself, and then there's a period of construction for the substation, but there's actually an overlap between the two, so it's not just a case of adding the two timescales together. I'm just going to
happy to go back
just factual
to the applicant. If you could clarify that on timescale, please.
It's around 12 months north of the river Tor,
Mm.
and then in total it's 28 months.
28
months.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah.
12 months north of the river Tor, 28 months in total.
Well, we're going in. I do have some concerns. The lady mentioned it about being so close to the Summerton Sands works and that, and actually about how can the company mitigate that to assist, because of the time period, and also about you've got a substation there being located there. I'm just wondering if that, because it's all a bit do about phasing, and how you address the phasing, and at what stages do you want to do the phasing, because you wouldn't want to go out on NC Estuary where it's wet in the winter. So I'm just wondering how can we assist and reduce the amount of time it's going to take to do this work, and satisfy the people, the residents, who you're actually going to affect over that period of time. So I have some concerns about how we're going to deal with that. And I think we've got all these conditions, but in actual fact, the reality is we've got to try to be as practical as possible to deal with the problems, and how do we deal with the problems. So I'm just wondering, how can we overcome and help some of the residents and the people it affects? That's what I'm concerned about.
It's a very, very good point, and it's actually one of the reasons why a lot of the detail here has been reserved, because I think there's still a lot of work to do in terms of how the actual works will be undertaken, particularly on a stage-by-stage basis. I mean, you have to remember here that although we're going to have a big chunk of work at the beginning in terms of the works at Swanton Sands, and you can fully understand the concerns that were expressed by the owner of the holiday villas, shown on that photograph.
Yes.
And I do appreciate the point there. There will be a construction environmental management plan. You'll see it's a very long condition, I think it's condition number 14, where there's a lot of detail and then it needs to be sorted out. And White Cross will have a lot of work to do in terms of just working out how they're going to implement that in practice. So we will be looking for a lot of detail there, and it's not something we would want to approve lightly. It is the nature of the project here. I mean, in this particular instance, the issue of the impacts here, particularly in terms of noise, because you need to bear in mind that the Swanton Sands car park, the construction compound is actually very close to the villas, adjacent to the car parking area. It is one of those things that is addressed in the environmental statement, particularly in terms of the impacts on noise, and they have got specific proposals there in relation to how they're going to mitigate noise in terms of having acoustic barriers, but it is because that's almost one part of the project where you do have properties really quite close to the compound. There are a couple of others, I think, elsewhere on the cable route where there's going to have to be some additional mitigation, but White Cross are well aware of the fact that they are going to have to put this detail, and they will be having to submit a lot of information, I assume they'll be doing a lot of that in conjunction with those people who are going to be affected.
On page 90, there will be a maximum of 2 joint bays and link boxes at each end of the trenchless crossing. Now, what concerns me a bit, in actual fact, is it's going to have an impact on the people, residents around the area. In actual fact, we're talking about either 1 cable or 2 cables. Now, surely we need to agree whether we're going to use 1 cable or 2 cables, or say why they need to do one or the other, because quite honest with you, when it comes to trenching, open trenching or trenching, let's be honest about it, when you dig in open trenching, all that soil you're digging out is not going to go back in that pit. And the reality is, it's going to be thousands of tons of excess spoil being removed off the site. Now, if you're using a 1 trench system, you probably have less soil, as opposed to a 2 trench system. So I think, in all fairness to the residents again, I think it's something we need to bottom out about whether it's 1 trench or 2 trenches. Because quite honest with you, even looking on the details here, going across the car park at Swanton, they're talking about, I know they're talking about ploughing it, where it comes out the sea, but going across the car park, the trench is 890 mil wide, which is 3 foot wide. Well, it doesn't open back in the trench, so we're talking about a lot of excessive spoil, and also if you talk about that, when you get down to this, against where this area is wet, I'm just wondering how they're going to deal with the issue of the spoil, and also the issue about how I'll be honest with you, the impact, of trying to remove it. I think we've got a major, I've got major concerns. But, I just wonder how you're going to deal with that, please.
Sorry, I'm going to sound like a broken record here, I'm sure.
Again, it's a very valid point to raise. It is one of those issues where Whitecross needs to come to a conclusion in terms of whether there's going to be one cable to clearly the amount of material that will be produced by the excavations will be dependent upon what that decision is at the end of the day. They do recognise that issue, and there are conditions proposed which will both relate to the management of soils and the management of wastes, and they've got to produce strategies in relation to both of those as part of the conditions that are proposed. I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record saying that again, but that's where we are.
I would just make the point also that I don't know actually what the size of the cable is going to be, whether it being a single cable or a double cable, but realistically, when you do trenching for cables for Western Power and that, you're not actually going in open ground. You wouldn't normally be going down 1,200 mil deep to provide the depth cover. And I'm thinking to myself, is the deeper you go, the more spoil you're going to remove, the more chance you're going to end up going into water courses, which is going to create another problem. So I'm just wondering, why you take time for all these conditions? Should we be also looking at, how we've got to prevent creating more problems than we're trying to solve? So that's that. I mean, I think it's something we need to look a bit further into. Now, when you talk, these boxes you're talking about, joint boxes, I mentioned to you previously, but these joint boxes, you're talking about 20 metres by 5 metres. Well, 20 metres is basically 60 foot long, or 5 metres, 16 foot wide. Well, when you start digging pits 1.5 meters deep or 2 metres deep, you're removing crazy amounts of soil, wouldn't you? But you also talked about these joint bays. There's a bit of a mix-up here. You're talking about joint bays. You're talking about trying to covers on the tops of the bays and stopping it from sealing it in from flooding when it comes to flooding. But these joint bays, as far as they are what they are. Joints, basically, joints in the cable runs. Now, is these joint bays underground structures, or are they structures which is then going to be filled in with soil? And if you fill it in with soil, what's the point of putting a cover on the top of it and trying to seal it when it's like this flood in here?
They are fairly substantial structures. I think the reason for that is to do with the construction process. Basically, you're building the cable route in sections, and the installation will happen in sections. So they do actually need the manoeuvrability to put the links into the bays. They will be underground. That's correct.
Yeah. But the follow on from that, of course, there's no details to do with joint bays. There's a size, but there's no details to do with the joint bays, or even to do with the construction of it, or even to do with the boxes, which or the link box, which same again. We've got a scenario here where providing these boxes, more boxes if you've got 2 cables as you would with 1. And there was a talk about finishing level with the ground, but there's also, what I can see in the details of conditions and that, these boxes are being located out the ground, which is 3 metres by 3 metres by about 2 metres in height. Now, there's no details about how these boxes are being constructed or what are they being constructed of. So I think, to be honest with you, my view is these boxes, these link boxes, which I can see, is generally to do with earthing, to do with that. And generally, they do earthing under the ground. That's what they do the earthing generally. So I'm just thinking, why can't these? We don't want it in boxes stuck out of the ground, where it has an impact on the environment or the area. So I do think we need to do something there. So I'm just wondering, what is your view on these link boxes? Because I think they mention below ground, but in the conditions it's all above ground, which is not, to my mind, acceptable when you're talking about substations over at Yellen.
Yeah. I mean, you're quite right. And again, this is something we've got covered by condition, because as you say, it's not clear at this stage in time
Well, it is going to on conditions.
What we've said to White Cross is we want specific details in relation to the link boxes, precisely for the reason you've actually identified, so that we do know where they go, because clearly you don't want structures that are potentially 3 metres by 3 metres sitting in prominently visible locations. So we've deliberately put that in as a condition, rather than just simply leaving it to be done within the parameters that would be applied under the Rochdale envelope. So we would try to retain control over that.
Okay, thank you for those questions.
Can I just...
Just one more, because there are...
Yeah, I get that, Chairman, but quite honest with you, when you've got nearly 400 pages of report, surely we should be entitled to deal with the issues, because quite honest with you, otherwise we shouldn't be sat here. That's my view. I honestly hope that the company, if it goes forward, actually do deal with community benefit and they look into it and talk to people. And I also hope they talk to the people who is affected close to the substation. Regarding biodiversity net gain, I did mention this to yourself earlier. Generally, if you initially they probably didn't have to provide it because they was dealing with it before the BNG come in properly. But they have accepted at this stage now that BNG is acceptable in the planning terms. And generally, when it comes to BNG, you would always normally up front find out what sum of money you're going to end up providing somewhere. But in this instance, you've left it all open, and to be honest with you, it doesn't help the cause of trying to improve the landscape and the benefits going forward when there's no sums of money attached to that, which is part of the benefit of biodiversity gain. Thank you.
There were a number of conditions which we proposed as part of the conditions which will now be in section 1 and 6, as I explained. They do set out what the requirement is in terms of the number of units in relation to BNG. They haven't at this point in time identified exactly how they're going to provide that. It could be on site, it could be off site, but that's not BNG is still obviously, as you're aware, in its early days, but that's within the parameters that we'd normally expect in relation to BNG. Yes, there's no sum identified at this stage, but this is a project where statutory BNG doesn't apply. We do know the number of units, and they've used the statutory metric to calculate the number of units that are required that they need to provide in order to effectively meet what would otherwise be the statutory target of 10% BNG. So they have done quite a lot in this case. And it would be secured by the Section 106 agreement. So we're essentially asking them to do the same thing, but we would have had statutory BNG been applied.
I'll leave it there, Chairman. Don't hold up the process.
No, that's all, Councillor Lane. Councillor Hayward-Gould, please, next.
Oh, thanks. Thank you, Chair. I was very glad to see that an ecological clerk of works has been added to the proposal, because we've talked a lot about compliance to conditions. I'd like to hear more about the role of the ecological clerk of works and who they would report to, please.
This is getting into a level of detail that we've yet to work out from each other. No, it's because you'll have seen in the list of conditions exactly how the energy will work, how it will be monitored is something that, I mean, even in the statutory context, they are things that we would agree as part of the BNG plan and that habitat monitoring and management plan that we normally secure whether it's BNG. So at this point in time, exactly how that will work, we don't have that detail, but it's something, again, we will reserve by condition.
Members, you're well aware of BNG in terms of it can be secured on-site or off-site, and that will be legally agreed. Obviously, if there was on-site BNG, then obviously that would be informed by a qualified ecologist, and equally off-site. If it is off-site, then we can't obviously give a financial contribution because, as you're aware, units go up and down all the time, and that's where we rely on BNG. So I think what you need to be confident about, that actually the legal agreement does secure that biodiversity 10% net gain, which, as we know, was set out in legislation. Obviously, they submitted an application in 2023, so actually that doesn't meet it here, but they have asked that to be secured, and we are securing that through a legal agreement. So in terms of those details, like any other application which needs on-site or off-site biodiversity net gain, that will be secured.
I wasn't really so concerned about BNG. I was concerned about keeping track of things like light spills and all the details that we're very keen on being observed correctly.
Yeah, I think your answer's again going to be being dealt with by condition that...
So as you see, there's a number of pre-commencement conditions, so that would be via a lighting strategy, just as any other development would have a pre-commencement lighting strategy that would be dealt with by an ecologist, and equally, you know, it's likely we would speak to Natural England in terms of making sure that they're absolutely happy with that lighting strategy, and that would be enforced and monitored, just the same as any other application in terms of a lighting strategy being applied by a condition.
And just to, if I could, Chair, just briefly, but it also concerns things like the not working during the overwintering roosting period or the bird nesting period. You know, the overrunning of works is really critical here.
You've been monitoring, wouldn't it, the development, as we do other development in North Devon Council is you know, monitored, and we have an effective enforcement team to ensure those conditions are being adhered to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, before I come back to members, I've got a few questions myself, if I may. The first one was on what capacity will be left at Yelland should this proceed with the 100 megawatts going into it. Is there much left? My understanding is that there wouldn't be much left. Is that correct?
If that is the case, they are intending to use a lot of capacity in the same, yeah.
On page 92, there's mention of a fibre optic cable. Can you clarify what the purpose of that fibre optic cable is?
In a way, it's their own telemetry, effectively, of the system, so that's what it's for.
Finally, job creation. There's some different numbers put in section 9.4 and 9.13. There's a mention of 300 jobs. I appreciate that. I think there's reference to regional, local, national, and there's also reference to 20 plus 90. So that's quite a margin of difference between those two figures.
I was interested to see Al Rain was quoting various figures, I think although there are different figures quoted in different parts of the environmental statement, I think it's because they're the level at which the number of jobs are actually calculated. So I think some of the figures are local and some of them are regional and some are national. I think Mr. Rayner, quoted some figures earlier, where I think he quoted some that were different levels at whether they were regional or national level.
If you clarify the number of jobs and how that's regionalised, localised, if you've got those figures.
Yeah, bear with me. But there is a difference between the number of jobs during construction versus the number of jobs which throughout the operation of the wind farm site, just to be clear. I can re-quote the numbers I gave earlier on, if that's helpful.
Yes, please.
Okay, so it will support over 300 construction jobs in the southwest and 900 more nationwide. And then I went on to say, for the future Crown Estate leasing round, that could create up to 5,300 new jobs.
Okay. Thank you very much for that clarification. I'll have Councillor White next.
Thank you, Chair. My question is probably not for the officer. It's probably for the White Cross people who are here. And my concern is really all about the local residents and the businesses and the little shops on Salton Sands, and whether there's going to be any communication with them to let them know when things are happening around them. They need to think about their businesses, they need to think about their income, and I would hope that the company are going to keep them informed of the schedule of works so they know exactly what's happening and when it's happening.
I believe I read about community liaison in the report.
I'm just talking in respond in terms of community liaison. This is one of the things that's picked up and will be picked up in the Section 106 agreement, is that there will be the appointment of community liaison officers so that there is that direct contact between White Cross once the site is operating, maybe during the construction phase, so that there is that dialogue between the local community and White Cross. And I think they're very alert to the fact that there does need to be that level of communication.
Well, it's important because these people obviously need their income, they need their businesses, and the folk that are just living along the way. You know, I think communication in life generally is so very, very important, and I do hope that White Cross are going to give serious consideration to them. Okay?
Yeah, we have an answer for Councillor Walker in respect of the table on page 151.
I'll tell you what the missing line is actually saying. So, Ryan, which page was it again? So there's actually two lines underneath. So line 11 should say the way to Sandy Lane, and actually it's got a single column which says no entry traffic will be permitted on these links, so that's relating away to Sandy Lane, so I think that's Hartmore Lane is what that's saying. And then line 12 says the A365 south of Lincoln 11, and it's got figures in it for the peak HGV trips per day, and it's 92 in the first column, and then the average HGV trips per day is 36, so that's the A365 south of Lincoln 11. Just a 10 minute it'll move the screen. Link 11 is just at the top end of the tall crossing.
Okay, Councillor Walker. Yeah. Councillor Bullitt.
Okay, can you hear me? Right, following on from Councillor Whitehead's comments actually, is one thing. Obviously, I'm assuming that this work, if approved, won't start until approval of the offshore wind farm project is approved. So going forward, will the residents and the businesses in Saunton have, oh sorry, just tap my fly, will they have sufficient prior warning of when it's going to start so they can arrange their booking systems and everything, because they don't want it suddenly dumped on them at short notice. They need to know well ahead of when to book. And the other question I've got is with regard to the site, where the construction site is, where the equipment's stored in it, and the materials and everything, will those on the approach to Saunton sounds and everything be sufficiently shielded so anybody sort of driving off the street and not really knowing what they're coming across won't suddenly be confronted by a load of construction vehicles and things? Will there be screening from the visibility from the road so it's much more private and it's not in their face when they come to visit the businesses?
In terms of, firstly, you raised the issue about the relationship between the two parts of the project, essentially, the offshore bit and the onshore bit. We don't specifically have an answer to that, but I couldn't conceive that White Cross are going to start work on the onshore bit until they know whether they've got the offshore bit consented. I am aware from the MMO that they are likely to issue a decision on the licence in the next week or two. I have had a discussion with them just raising the issue of what would happen in the event that essentially if this application isn't approved today, what would they do? And it puts them in a difficult position because as they said, they have to consider then effectively whether there's a stranded offshore asset that doesn't have a connection to the grid. What they do, I don't know. But obviously there's an issue there for Whitecross that if they happen to get one side of the project consented, but not the other, whether or not they want to proceed. It's not something we can regulate through the planning process. In terms of the start date, there's no obligation under the permission to notify third parties in relation to the start date.
Equally, in terms of start date, you will see from the conditions there's a lot of pre-commencement conditions. So obviously they will be advertised and people obviously can, in terms of statutory tonsil and the public can make comments on those. So in terms of that work start date, they would have to work through all those pre-commencement conditions before any works can technically start on site. So just to kind of give you that reassurance.
As I said, the intention is to appoint a community liaison officer, and I fully expect that will be part of their communication strategy with the local community. But in fact, even if it's not actually a requirement of planning permission, that there would be that level of communication, and they would be wanting to give people information in terms of when they're going to start.
And screening.
And screening.
Yeah, that's kind of level of detail again that would have to be picked up through the probably most likely through the construction environmental management plan. But again, it's one of those things I think that we work through prior to the start of any works. I'll imagine with the local community as to how and when that would actually be implemented.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Wilson next.
Thank you. I want to ask a question about pollution from traffic. I can see on page 149 there's quite a lot of information in the report about generally air pollution, dust, mainly around the onshore works, and that on the whole it's not considered to be significantly adverse, but there doesn't seem to be a lot of detail about HGV air pollution traffic, which I know has been raised as a concern. And given that it seems that the project is going to last at least 12 months on this side of the estuary, and it's going past a school, it's just something that I'm concerned about, to know what is the basis for coming to the conclusion that there isn't significant or reasonable or significant adverse air quality impact, particularly from traffic pollution.
It's a fair question. I've really summarised because there's a fairly lengthy technical assessment which does actually go into this in some considerable detail, and I've just summarised the conclusions of the report there. So they have actually done the assessment which has looked at the emissions from HGVs, and I can't say much more to you than the fact it has been done, and they have done that exercise, but that is the conclusion that if there are not assessed to be significant effects from HGV traffic in terms of emissions.
Do you want to come back, Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, just quickly, thank you. But did that assessment include the fact that vehicles will be stalled in traffic, for example, along Saunton Road? The assessment, obviously, we haven't all got time to read all vast amounts of this information, except that it's been done, but I'm just asking whether that has been taken into consideration.
The scenario, the assessment will have taken a worst case scenario, and it will have taken into account factors like that. I mean, I don't have the report in front of me here, but there's a standard assessment methodology for doing it, so yes, they should have done that.
Councillor Bishop.
I just wondered if the BMG, can we insist that is on site rather than purchased elsewhere? Because that's where the damage is going to be done.
At this stage, we probably can't go that far, and the reason why is because Whitecross are not the landowners, and whatever PNG strategy they adopt, they have to agree with the landowners. So there's a third party involved with here, and that's one of the factors that I'll have to take into account. So it's probably not possible to do that at this stage.
Okay. Is it possible at some stage in the future?
I think in reality what will happen, this will be one of these evolving things that they will have to work out what they can do and what they can agree in conjunction with the landowners, and it'll be something that evolves, I think, is the most honest answer I can give you.
Okay. One other question. I guess that the joint bays can accommodate 2 cables, but the link boxes maybe not. So do you do 2 link boxes if you're doing only 2 cables?
I understand it. If there's 2 cables rather than 1, then each cable will have a joint bay and each cable will have a link box.
Wow. That's concrete. Thank you.
Councillor Maddox again, and then Councillor Walker.
Thank you. On the to go back to Councillor Lane's question on the dewatering with I think the survey was done in 2020. That was a really dry summer. And we've had 2 wet years, so I spend quite a bit of time on the boroughs. 2020, all the ponds, natural ponds from the water level were empty. Now, every single one is full and overflowing. So that's going to be literally, as soon as you start digging down, you're at the water table. Some of that is below sea level. How are they going to move that much water? Because what's going to be happening is as they're pumping it out, it's filling up and filling up. And I know from people, past experiences that have done work down there, that's what happens.
I'm sure asking me a level of detail here. I'm not sure I can give you a detailed answer to it. One of the things they have said in the application is that they will dewater if necessary, and clearly they need to have a strategy for how they're going to manage the water during the construction phase, and that's been one of the key points of discussion with the Environment Agency.
It could be like trying to pump the water out of the sea.
It could be, yeah. And I think they do recognise that. If you read the application, they're quite clear about that. The water levels, particularly in the areas of the marsh managed by the drainage board, they are managed, and they're managed at times in order to keep water there. So I think they do recognise that point.
Thank you.
Thank you. There is a section on dewatering in the report that goes into a level of detail. Councillor Walker, please.
Yeah, I might be getting a little bit confused here, something that Councillor Lane said about there is no building, no structure that will remain at Saunton Sands, over time, is there?
There's no intention. The transition joint bay will be, it's constructed at car park level, and the whole idea is that once that, whatever it will retain as a structure, it's a below ground structure, and the whole idea is that it's there and actually serves the car park, the effect of the car park serves the car park.
Yeah, so the only above ground structure will be the substation at Yelland, which is basically on the old power station site.
That's correct. Apart from the link boxes.
Yeah. So basically, the structure is on the brownfield site.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, members, for an exhaustive, well put together list of questions, and thank you for answering as best you can. I appreciate we are in this Rochdale approach and heavy list of conditions. Before we move into the debate, I will go back to Councillor Liz Spear, who I believe is going to read and share your interest and lead the meeting.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Is it possible that to allay some fears by residents
Is it possible that my situation could be explained fully? That I have had conversations with a legal officer and advice. Pete? Sorry, my voice is going.
Yeah, that's you have chosen to declare that interest in the light of the meetings that you've attended and voted on.
That's right.
If you're not of an open mind, then you're right to declare that. That's my understanding. And
Thank you.
That's absolutely correct, Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's normal to go to the ward member should they choose to make any remarks now, and that is Councillor Maddox for Thornton West and Georgian Ward, who called in the application because of the level of public concern. That's what's written, and also the sensitivity of the application. So, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, please.
Okay, Councillor Maddox.
So my brain's a little bit full actually. A lot of the stuff that I've written down really has been covered, said by everyone. So I'm not really going to sort of go over it again, other than I really can't support this purely because of the lack of information that's been able to be given. It took me a while to work out the Rochdale to begin with, and it just doesn't give you enough. I can't give a real sort of answer of whether it's good with the amount of information that we're being given. Take that away, I'm sure they could have found somewhere different to go. They'll probably give me reasons why, but I just can't believe that on the coastline of, coming round from Alverdiscott to here, that wasn't less sensitive. We're looking to come across a world biosphere. This is talked about around. My daughter lived in Amsterdam for a while, and they talked about Thornton Burrows. And if we can't protect a site like that, we can't protect anything, in my view. Little things like, they're taking money away from the biosphere because I know they're giving it back again in another way, but because they're going to do it so that it's not overwintering. Well, the birds are there all the year round. It's just different birds doing different things. So it's the same. The dewatering, you're going to be moving things around that shouldn't be there, that will affect the biodiversity of the whole boroughs. The army stuff that they left behind, that's there, and obviously everything is developed so that it's not affected by that. But if we damage that, the effect is happening. But the businesses, it's only 12 months, but we talk about, the trying to drive forward with tourism. It won't just be 12 months. They'll lose customers, and then it takes years to get back. But also the effect that it'll have mentally on the business owners while they're trying to work with this going on. And we've been given good information from the businesses and how it could be developed. But I think we can still develop towards, if, say, for example, it came in at Alverdiscott, we'd still be able to develop the industry towards that. I've looked briefly, I haven't had enough time to look at everything, but we've got the benefits of floating offshore and wind to Wales and the southwest. Wales is ahead of us, and I'm pretty sure from, and I could be told that I'm wrong, that if this was passed and the wind farm starts working, Wales will be drawing most of the economy from that, because Wales has got a deep water harbours of ports, and also they're already ahead of the game. But that doesn't mean that here within the colleges and that they can't move forward You know, Plymouth has got Falmouth and that around. You know, Falmouth was one of the ones that was mentioned, but you know, that's again a long way for the cable to come back. But I just don't understand why we're damaging something that's so important to this area. You know, we talk, everyone, how many times have you heard BMG, you know, about what they're doing now with houses? And we're looking at destroying and not really having to give back any BMG because it doesn't come in. It just sounds really, I'm not going to go on anymore because everyone has said the most important things. And I think most people would have probably made up their minds which direction they're going to go in.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Maddox. I'm just going to come back on a few of those points. We had before us an application with the landing site where it is. There were other areas, zone 1, 2, 3, north, mid, south. We are in a position where we're at, and I think you've made your position
eventually
fairly clear. The principle, I think, in terms of offshore wind, renewable energy, is very clear. We're talking about, I think, 4.1 million tonnes reduction in CO2 emissions over the lifespan of the project. So there's clear benefits, and that's, I believe, supported by everybody. The question and the dilemma we're facing, and you're facing, and I'm facing, is whether we've adequately mitigated against the adverse effects.
With X-links, we've got X-links. With X-links coming in at Aldiscot eventually, that's 7 million homes, not 130,000 homes.
Yeah. No, I'm just pointing out this is what we're weighing up.
Yeah.
Mitigation,
weighing up.
Avoiding, mitigating, or compensating as necessary.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to help the rest of the members that you know the principle is clear. It's the harms, the impacts. A number of members have mentioned that they haven't seen the information, or they're not necessarily happy with the condition or how that can be followed up, on what level of input we get on that. So yeah, it's that's the position we're in. So I'm looking around the room to see if anyone else would like to contribute. So Councillor Walker, please.
I understand completely where Councillor Maddox is coming from. I do think this application is lacking in detail by using the Rochdale envelope approach. I'm still quite torn actually in thinking about things, but I don't think we can sort of confuse it with other planning applications that are going on. I think that X-Links is completely separate from this application. Aldiscot is it's a completely different thing that we're looking at. Sorry, my brain's gone. I do wonder if the approach to putting the planning application in is the right one, and whether some more work should be done by Whitecross before bringing back a full planning application under normal planning rules. Does that make any sense at all?
Yeah, I think you've just hit upon the remarks that I made in terms of the level of information, and we are dealing with the application that's before us, not what potentially can happen, which I hope our officer did explain through the presentation. And you are torn. Councillor Lever.
Thank you. I think there is no doubt that there is something that probably everybody in this room agrees on, which is that we are facing a climate emergency. Climate change is real, it's happening now, it's happening here, and it's happening elsewhere in the world as well. And that the principle of clean energy generation is something that probably everybody in this room supports. So I look at this application, as we do with every application, without coming to it with a view about actually how we should decide this. I think for members of the public, this is a pretty weird system that we've got, to be perfectly honest. we can only determine the application in front of us. Whatever anybody thinks about whether this is the right option or not, that is not what is in front of us. So we can only determine the application. And we can only determine the application on the basis of the report, the information that we get, looking at all the various different reports behind and so on and so forth. We remain lay people. We are not professional planners. We're not professional. We sit here as lay people, doing the best that we can to balance all the various different considerations, and they are many, and this is complex, and it is difficult. There's no getting away from that. I think for me, having sat on the planning committee now for, I think this is year 7, I've never seen so many pre-commencement reports and conditions and so on and so forth, because for me what this is about is, given that this is the application in front of us, given the complexity, given the really sensitive nature of the area, the area that the cable will go through, for me what this is about is mitigation. This is actually generally the first time I've ever heard there would be a community liaison officer. Never come across that before. Interesting. I think the 106, that my understanding is that can only be about things, as the planning manager suggested, which are necessary to enable the development to go ahead. So all the kind of things like a dowry for the community, my goodness me, it would make complete sense for that to be agreed, but that is not part of our determination of planning, because we are limited to making a decision on planning. Thank you. We're limited to making a decision on planning issues and planning issues only, nothing else. And if we go outside that, then we run the risk of not having a safe decision. So we are limited in what we can do. Now, like everybody here, I have probably spent quite a lot of time in a lot of the places which will be impacted by this. I'm not an ecologist, I haven't done surveys, but that's what professionals are for, and that's what the pre-commencement reports are all about. For me, the absolutely key thing about this is mitigation, as I said earlier, and am I confident in the professionals that will be doing that? Actually, yes, I am, and if I'm not, we have a real problem. So, as I say, I have come to this with an open mind. I have read all 390 pages. I have sat and thought about all 390 pages. And I have listened to the representations made on both sides with an open heart and an open mind. And I have come to the decision that actually I think, I know this will be unpopular, but actually I think, given the robustness of the pre-commencement conditions and reports and all of the other work that would need to be taken before this was taken forward, I will be supporting this application. And this is an appropriate time for me to move.
I don't see everyone's hands in the air, Councillor Lever, so if you wish to move the officer's recommendation, that would be entirely appropriate. There's still plenty of time for debate.
I would like to move the officer's recommendation, but it is on the basis of all of the various different technical considerations and agreements and written pre-commencement agreements from the experts, of which I am not one.
Yeah, so just to be clear, that would be moving the officer's recommendation that's on page 204, but with the update sheet, which varies the conditions.
Indeed.
That was given to us earlier on.
Thank you, Chair, yes.
So I would look for a seconder. Are you seconding, Councillor Hayward? Seconded by Councillor Hayward. Next I have Councillor Maddox. And then Councillor Lane.
Yeah, so do I move the motion now for refusal? Is that right?
You may move an amendment, and that could be for a refusal if you have your reasons, or there is also an option for deferral, so depending on how you've weighted it in your mind, whether it's a question of lack of information or detail.
So that would be my full referral for more information.
Yeah,
So,
I do that.
Yeah.
So, Councillor Maddox, you moving an amendment to defer the application. I'll look for a seconder, but then we need to have a look at those reasons in a bit more detail. Councillor Lane, are you seconding Councillor Maddox's amendment?
Chairman, I'm quite happy to defer the application, the second application, and I've actually got some reasons possibly to defer if Councillor Maddox was supportive of that.
Yeah, I'll be happy to hear from your reasons to defer.
Chairman, I would like to do the second Councillor Maddox defer the decision. It's mentioned by Mr. Hall for the ecology details. I think we could get a bit more information on the ecology details. I think realistically, we do need to know what the B&G is going to be on this site, whether they're going to do it on site or off site. They have agreed to a 10% national gain on it, so I think we should be encouraged to know what the information is and the contribution which should benefit the area or benefit hopefully the area. We ought to be able to know what the bus service sum is, because if they're providing a service which is suggested, people want to know, what benefit that's going to be to the area. I think that we ought to also know whether they're actually going to put in one cable or two because of the works involved in it and the amount of off-site soil they're going to move off-site. I think that ought to be dealt with, because it would clarify some of the issues for the residents. And to be honest with you, the details of the link boxes, I would prefer to see the link boxes at ground level or below the ground, because I think you're going to have an impact on these link boxes being above ground. So I think that needs to be done. And of course, we need to, if we go for a deferment, we need to ask for to extend the decision date, which I think is later this month. Thank you. If we're happy with continuing.
Well, I'm just going to come back, because I've captured it in terms of detail in respect of mitigation of ecology. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what Ms. Hall-Booth was mentioning just now.
And monitoring of that. The details of the S106.
Yeah, because I think
including the bus.
You want to know the sum of money that is going to be allocated for that purpose.
Yeah. Technical details in respect of 1 or 2 pages.
Yes, that's right. Yes, and also I think they haven't gone far enough with the details about how much soil is staying on site and how much soil is being disposed of off site, which will actually inform members and people what precautions they're going to take to deal with the issue of all the spoil which you're going to deal with as part of the excavation works. And that would be informed by 1 cable or 2, which would actually reduce it.
Okay, so I'm going to come back to Councillor Maddox. That's from your seconder, so this really should be coming from you, Councillor Lane. Potentially assisting with some wording, and if that is correct, but we will come back for some comment on that and from the officers and see if anyone has anything else to say. So is there anything you wish to add, Councillor Maddox?
No, not really, other than the pollution monitoring system that was taken away in Braunton prior to this. Would that be able to be put back?
In terms of air quality?
Yeah, air quality.
So that's been
brought up. It has, yeah.
Itself has nothing to do with the actual planning application, that's to do with the relocation of the air quality management area.
Just to come back on a few Just in terms of deferral, obviously wanting more ecology details. I don't know what details you're wanting. Obviously the application has been in since 2023. We have worked, or Andrew's more rightly worked, a lot with Natural England in terms of bat surveys and other ecology information. So I think you need to be really clear what additional ecology information you want to bring back next time.
Some of the questions still not answered was from Devon Wildlife Trust, the Environment Agency, North Devon Biosphere, and the RSPB.
Questions and inspired to what? Because I think you have to be really clear for your reasons for deferral. So you have to be really precise as in what additional information you're going to need to be able to make a decision on this application. And I'm not getting that at the moment.
Well, you'll have to give me a little bit more time.
That's fine, you take your time, but in each section the officer has set out why they think that particular issue has been mitigated or not. My understanding is all the items have been mitigated.
And in terms of the BNG,
responses have been.
And I'd say we've, Andrew's worked a lot tirelessly with Natural England in terms of kind of getting the additional information, which is why the application has been in for 18 months. I'm not going to go over my points on BNG because I think I've cleared that up in terms of on-site and off-site and that being set out in section 106. Equally, in terms of the bus service, I think the quantum on some is to be agreed by Devon County, so that will be a standard price in terms of the bus service.
We've had we've had asking questions from Braunton about from the solicitor asking questions about some of the things. Would that be good enough? They put
some things, sorry, what some things would that be?
So this is, so all the way, when we first started doing this, we agreed that we would have monthly meetings and updates about what was happening. So when Neil Hall was there, and so that we had the information sort of given to us slowly as it, you're sort of pulling a face, but we met him a few times, and then when the case officer changed, and it's after it being not withdrawn, but all the way and then brought back in, we asked for meetings to start again so that we could be updated all the way through this process. But I think 3 times I emailed about having updates and didn't have any. We didn't have the Teams meetings that we had with Neil when he first started, so that we were clear all the way through. And then we've had this given us a week ago with nearly 400 pages of hard work, information, not all the information then linked to where the surveys were and how we could understand those. We wouldn't have had time in the week that was there anyway. So now you're asking me, so now I'm saying you haven't given me, and how many times, as the case officer said, I can't give you that information now, I can't give you that information now. So that's why I'm asking for a deferral, because I want to have more information to be able to make a decision.
So absolutely, I understand what you're saying, but you have to, obviously I will speak, my legal colleagues I'm sure will come in, but we have to defer it, I have to have details of what you want.
I'm not a planning officer.
No, I absolutely understand that.
Please, if we can not have shouting from
I've told you why.
That isn't helpful.
I've told you why I feel businesses, it's a policy for businesses. So, we've got ST9, I think, and then we've got within the, if I can find it now, here, run a bit of paperwork. So again, we don't know how this is going to go until we go through, when we come to the meeting, I come in with an open mind, and then I make a decision through, and then suddenly I make a decision, and now as a layperson, I've now got to make a professional decision about how I'm going to do this.
And I absolutely I understand that, but that's why you employ your planners in terms of giving you that
Yeah, but
professional
you're asking me to do
recommendation.
it.
But because we consider that we've got enough information to be able to make a determination or recommendation to you. So what I'm asking you, if you want to defer the application, which of course you can do, that's within your gift to do, but we have to be really clear as to why you're deferring and what you want us to bring back for you to be able to make that decision.
Councillor Lane, just one moment.
So we've got the...
Okay, Councillor Lane, just one moment. Have you finished saying what you're going to say for a moment? You can come back in a few moments. There's no problem. You use the time wisely. I'm actually going to ask Ken Miles wishes to make a comment as well. And then I'll come to you, Councillor Lane. That's fine.
Sorry, Councillor Lane decided I didn't put my hand up before Councillor Lane came back.
Apologies, Councillor.
Just in relation to what the planning manager has said in relation to the information, and I will be a bit challenging for members because members shouldn't be raising a motion and making a resolution without knowing the reasons for doing so. So if you are making a motion to defer the application, then you should know why you want to defer the application. You should be clear about the reasons, or in this particular case, what further information you require. And as the planning manager quite rightly said, to say you need a bit more information on the ecology isn't sufficient. I think there was also another point raised about the link boxes. I wanted more details about whether they're going to be on the ground level. My reading of the report is on page 93 and it says they will be at ground level, so I think that's dealt with. It's perfectly acceptable for conditions to be imposed, as the planning manager has said, that require further information to be provided to the council prior to the commencement of development. You do that all the time on virtually every application that comes before you. There might be more in this particular case because it's a very detailed application, but the principle of requiring that information to be approved prior to the commencement on site is perfectly acceptable and is something that you do all the time. So please don't be deferring the application or refusing the application on the basis that you don't have that information. The conditions will provide you with that information before the commencement takes place. But going back to the main point, you should be having that information to hand and the reasons for raising the motion before you actually raise that motion.
Councillor Helen Walker first, please.
Yeah, I actually think that our CEO has just actually come up with the point that I had. Can we just have another clarification of how many buildings or how many structures are going to be above ground? Because I believe it's only the one at Yelland, the substation at Yelland, all the others will be at ground level or below.
The only building that that will actually be is the substation building, that's correct.
Councillor Lane.
I'm quite happy if Councillor McManus wanted to withdraw his proposal, and then actually I would actually propose it then, and you could second it if you wanted to, just to get clarity regarding Councillor McManus. The information I may be wrong in this, Chairman, but the information I read, the trouble is the information we're trying to look at is so mixed up as part of the planning process, it do make it a bit difficult sometimes. But the information I can see in there, it suggests that the boxes is above, the link boxes is above ground. Now, one place it says it's below, and another says it's above. So I'll be honest with you.
Let's try and bottom that out then, please. Have you got the 2 page numbers you're referring to, so that we can just...
Yeah, to be honest with you, I only look through 300 pages and then see if I can find it.
Well, we got page 93.
Yeah. I can definitely say to you that, as far as I can see, that it was there. And I'm too sure there's actually on part of the conditions as well.
Yeah, we're going to get some clarification from the officer.
I'm suggesting we ask White Cross as a matter of fact, just to clarify what then.
Well, are we not clear in the report?
I mean, the officer ought to know the answer to that. I'm sure he's expecting us to know it.
My understanding of the report is that some of them may be above ground, but it's not been determined yet.
Exactly, because that's what the details are showing.
Okay, then please, can we, one person speak at a time, please?
Chairman, I would suggest Councillor Mallet, because what I'm trying to propose, I think I would be quite happy to withdraw the, which Councillor Howard approved for, I would be quite happy to withdraw the ecology bit, but I think realistically, the BNG, anybody else who puts an application in, they've got to provide that information as part of the planning process, and they need to, in that permission should identify the sum of money, if there's any sum of money which should be identified with it. So it's reasonable to ask to defer it for that purpose. It's also reasonable to ask to defer it for the bus service sum, because surely if you're putting in a 106, you should know the sum of money for that deferral. So that's fair. And the cabling, I mean, to be honest with you, if you talk about the cabling, one cable or two, let them say whether it's one cable or two. It's reasonable to ask that for that information. You know, it's all, and I would suggest, if we don't hold this up, I mean, I'm supportive of it, but I think we need all this information in front of us before we're informed, so we can make a proper decision on it. And to be honest with you, I mean, I'm supportive of it, but I want this information before I get to that stage. Thank you.
Okay, before we come back to Councillor Mallet, because you made an assumption that Councillor Mallet wished to withdraw the motion, but I want to seek some clarification on the link boxes and what is above and below.
I understand they are below ground, sorry, yes.
So we have confirmation that they are below ground or at ground level?
Can I just come back on the BNG again, without repeating myself? So we are securing 10% BNG net gain, either off-site or on-site. Obviously, our preferred option would be on-site, but we are aware there's third-party issues. So in terms of the BNG metric, we have a measurement in terms of what that 10% gain is. As you know, Councillor Lane, from your own applications, those units go up and down. So obviously we couldn't give you a precise figure today, but the level of units, that's what they would need to purchase on a platform in terms of biosphere. That's what they would need to provide, and that would be secured through a legal agreement. In terms of the bus service, so in terms of Devon County bus services, in previous applications I dealt with, I think the last one I dealt with, they said for 2 years it would be about £30,000 to have a bus service. Obviously in terms of diesel prices and petrol prices that goes up and down, but we would seek that information from Devon County Council, what they felt was reasonable in terms of that figure to provide that bus service. I'm not understanding why you're needing that today. I would have thought your issue would be that actually you were just securing the bus service. But I don't know if I'm missing something, but I'm not giving you enough information.
Councillors, I would just say the pre-commencement conditions do deal with quite a lot of what's being questioned, and you must have trust in your officers to secure the best possible scenario.
I think we are getting through some of these points. So your concerns, Councillor Lane. I'm going to come back to you, but Councillor Mallet, are you withdrawing your motion to defer at this stage? Well, you do have a choice. You've been asked by Councillor Lane, who seconded your original motion. It's entirely up to you. You'll need to withdraw the motion. So back to you, Councillor Lane, and then we need to pick up very specifically again, because the link boxes, the BNG and the ecology.
I can only go by the information I'm being told by the officer and the officers. I will draw it and I will vote accordingly to suit. Thank you.
So you've withdrawn and you're not moving any motion. Is that correct, Councillor Lane?
That's correct, Chairman. That's correct, Chairman.
So the motion to defer and to second deferment has been withdrawn. So that leaves us with the motion to follow the officer's recommendation, subject to the update sheet, page 204, but I've got Councillor Hayworth Booth to come back.
Is this on? Yes, thank you. I just want to come back to the question of being torn about this, because I think we all are, for good reason, because we are thinking about the state of, as Councillor Lever said, the reality of climate change, the hottest April on record we've just had. And I remember I was actually in the House of Commons in the Public Gallery when the Climate Act of 2008 was enacted with all cross-party support, all party support. And I was in Parliament Square when the House of Commons declared a climate emergency in May 2019. And my point in saying that is that the carbon emissions are still going up. And I think we need to see this in the context of sea level rise, which will affect our beautiful beaches, increasing wind speeds and hurricanes, which will affect Taunton boroughs, which has already happened in my time in North Devon, the breach near Crow Point. And I spoke to Michael Huntingford, one of the principals behind the Atlantic Array project, which I'm sorry was not built, and he pointed out to me that we are getting behind the curve with our leadership on climate change and our technology, because the Crown Estate has divvied and not been efficient enough and quick enough in its auctions. And so I would say we should have a sense of urgency about getting on with this. And I think we need it for the preservation of our beautiful North Devon landscape. So, there we are.
Thank you very much for putting that. I've read that in the report by several of the statutory consultations that climate change is one of our biggest risk factors to biodiversity, to ecology, to those very landscapes and areas that we are all keen to protect, and why we cherish this part of Devon. You're welcome. Is that just mid-stride there?
Sorry, I just wanted to say that I've always thought that although there are many ramifications of this for local businesses, for tourism, all kinds of things that we're very aware of and value, I always thought that it might come down to what Natural England's advice was for me. And the fact that they approved this project was the final thing which made me come down on the side of approval.
Thank you very much. I've got Caroline Lever, and I don't see any other hands, so sorry, Councillor Bishop after Councillor Lever.
Thank you. And following on from Councillor Hayworth Booth's very sensible and considered comments, I think I would also urge Whitecross, if this application is approved, as I hope it will be, but I would really, I think for anyone listening to this, whichever side one comes on, it is a really difficult decision because there are so many difficult things to balance. I would really hope that the company would listen to the local businesses, and actually I would really hope that they're outside the planning process, because this isn't about whether, it isn't a material planning consideration in my view, but whether, I would just ask them to think carefully about how to work positively with businesses, because local businesses will be impacted, particularly those at St Sands, the chalets, and some of them. So it isn't a planning consideration, it's just it is just a plea to the company to be thinking very much in a positive way about those sorts of things outside the planning process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those points, Councillor Lever. Councillor Bishop.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify the nationally significant infrastructure project. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's better. So this proposed wind farm is only going to produce 100 megawatts, is that right? Now,
No more than that.
so it has to be more to be an SIP, isn't it?
Correct, yes.
And is it the Rochdale envelope only applicable to an SIP?
Not currently. The actual principle arose out of an application to Rochdale National and Borough Council, which is where it came from, which obviously wasn't the lens in.
Sorry, I was looking for a way through.
Okay, members. Councillor Lane.
I may be wrong, Chairman, but looking at the conditions, page 210, prior to the commencement of development, design details of any above-ground link boxes and other above-ground structures will not onshore. Basically, why are they putting the condition of above-ground link boxes if there isn't any there?
It's just to say any link boxes rather than...
Well, that's a point. The point I made is it's in the condition, but you can actually you're telling us in any other way put the condition on that.
Thank you, Councillor. I think we've had clarification from the applicant through Andrew Sierakowski that isn't the case. So thank you for picking that up. And that condition 8, page 210, we can remove the words above ground. So it looks like we've reached the end of the debate and we only have the motion on the table to follow the officer's recommendation. Thank you, members, for those questions and lively debate. I think it's very helpful. I'm sure that, and I sense that some people may be uncomfortable, and we are giving a lot of information back to our officers in the process to continue. This is certainly not the end. This is still towards the beginning of the project. You've been reminded of the benefits. There are clear benefits to the scheme in it, fitting the national policy, meeting net zero targets, our own climate change and biodiversity emergency. You've heard it. We've been here a very long time and we've reached a point where we're going to take a vote on the recommendation by the officer, moved by Councillor Lever, seconded by Councillor Hayworth Booth, and that is the officer's recommendation as set out on page 204 of your report, updated in accordance with the update sheet that has been circulated this morning in terms of the conditions specifically, and also condition 8 on page 210, removal of the two words above ground in relation to the link boxes. So I'm hoping that is, I hope that's clear and correct for members. So I will ask for a show of hands for all in favour of the application, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, Chair.
And those against, please.
1, 2, Chair.
And any abstentions?
1.
So that is passed. Thank you very much for members. Thank you very much for members of the public. Thank you for being here for a long time. That is the end of the meeting. I hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.